All right, there's two in here. We're going to start the video watching right now. We got some news clips. We've got one from Double Down News. Of course, we've got the breakdowns as well. So I'm not going to waste time with the intro, as there's two of you here. So, without further ado, and we've got some other videos to watch as well. And again, we've got some, of course, decodes, situation reveals by the numbers, of course, Glastonbury. Yeah. We've got the rape case with the 92-year-old guy in the UK, huge story. We've got the McLaren guy that died. We got the lady from YouTube that self-deleted. What's her name? Mikayla Reigns from Save a Fox. We've got some interesting parallels with her passing and her birth, to be fair. But anywho, let's get this show on the road. Talking about shows before we even start, I'm not feeling the new Running Man trailer. I'm not feeling it. It just looks like woke slop. And I'm not saying you can't make something have some type of dark comedy, but it looks like it's not even dark comedy. It just looks like, I mean, what is that? Give me a break. Anywho, right, let's start with this one.
Stop what you're doing right now if you are watching this, because you need to pay attention. Because very soon, every single mobile phone across the United Kingdom is going to blast out an emergency alarm. Yes, that's right. Your phone, your partner's phone, your kid's phone, all of them. And it is not a drill well. It is a test. But the reason why is far more serious than you might think. The government is warning Britain to prepare for war. I'm Alex Armstrong and this is GB News Originals. Please don't forget to subscribe and like the video before we get into it. First, let's break down what's actually happening. The UK Emergency Alert System is a nationwide warning system that can send a message directly to every mobile phone in a given area, or, in this case, the whole country. When the system is triggered, your phone will make a loud siren-like sound, vibrate and display an urgent message, even if your phone is set to silent. You don't need to be signed up, you don't need to give your number, and you don't need to do anything. The alert is going to happen automatically. The government and emergency services use this system to warn you if there's a life-threatening emergency nearby. That could be anything from severe flooding, wildfires, extreme weather events included. The idea is simple: get the message out fast and save as many lives as possible. Now, this isn't the first time we've seen this, is it? The system was first tested in April 2023, and since then it's been used for real events like during Storm Dara, when people in Wales and the southwest got an alert warning them of the danger. But this year, it is different. The government is testing the system again, and this time it's against a much darker backdrop. Let's get into the heart of the matter. The UK government's national security strategy, published just days ago, has issued a blunt warning. Britain must actively prepare for a potential wartime scenario on our home soil. For the first time in years, ministers are telling us we need to be ready for war, right here in the UK. Why? Well, because many people argue that threats to the UK are real and that they're growing. The government, of course, points to rising aggression from hostile states like Russia and Iran. Russian cyber attacks, sabotage, and Iranian hostile activity are definitely increasing in the UK. The strategy warns that some adversaries are laying the foundations for a future conflict, positioning themselves to disrupt our energy supplies, supply chains, and even deter us from standing up to their aggression. This isn't just about sending troops overseas, of course, it's about protecting us in the homeland. The government is calling for an all-of-society effort to counter threats like assassination, espionage, and cyber attacks.
Hello, I'm Beth Turner. Now, it can feel like the money in our bank accounts at the moment does not keep up with the cost of living, and maybe there's a solution. I'm here today with the CEO of Tally Money, Cameron Parry. Cameron, what is Tally Money?
Well, Bev, with Tally Money, you get a current account and a debit card, but instead of pounds, you use milligrams of gold as your everyday money.
So why gold?
Gold traditionally is a great store of value. It has, on average, gone up at over 11% per annum for the last 25 years against the pound. It's tripled in value in the last decade. And in the last 2 years alone, it's increased by 50% against the pound. Banks' savings products just can't compete with that level of growth.
But this isn't just about gold. This is about a currency that you guys have created at Tally Money. Explain it to me as though I'm an idiot.
So, look, people need to be able to hold their earnings and build their savings in a money that retains its value and remains in their legal control and remains theirs to access, away from government control.
Great. You had me at not exposed to government control.
You should feel safe and happy with your money. You should have peace of mind the more money you see in your bank balance, and that's the type of thing we're trying to deliver, and give people choice in the type of money they get to use every day.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Cameron. Thank you.
They're investing 800 million in new biolabs and nuclear-capable F-35A jets, and they're urging businesses, councils and you citizens at home to take part in annual national resilience exercises. And here's the kicker. The government is telling you, the Brits at home, to stockpile essentials such as tin food, batteries and other basics. It's a message we haven't heard since the Cold War, one that many of us, including myself, may never have heard. And it's a sign of just how serious things have become. So what does that mean for you? Well, later this year, the exact date hasn't been set yet, but every phone in the United Kingdom will receive a test emergency message from their alert system. When it comes, your phone will make a loud siren-like noise for about 10 seconds. It's going to vibrate, and then it's going to pop up a message on screen. It will look something like this. Severe alert. This is a test of emergency alerts, a new UK government service that will warn you if there is a life-threatening emergency nearby. In a real emergency, follow the instructions in the alert to keep yourself and others safe. Visit gov.uk/alerts for more information. This is a test. You do not need to take any action. Well, the message is clear. This is a test. But in a real emergency, of course, it could save your life. And from now on, the government plans to test this system every 2 years to make sure it's ready when we need to use it. Now, lots of people, some of you watching this video, are going to shrug this off as just another government test. I can understand that. But let's be clear, this is more about than just checking a box, as they do in Whitehall often. The world is changing, and the threats to our security are evolving. And the government is preparing for the worst. And of course, rightfully, they want you to be ready too. The emergency alert system is just one part of a much bigger plan. The UK's resilience framework is all about making sure we can withstand shocks, whether that's a natural disaster, a terrorist attack, or yes, even war. The idea to make sure when the worst happens is that we are not, as a country, caught off guard. But there are challenges. Not everyone has a mobile phone, of course. Over 1.3 million people in the UK still don't. That's why the government is also looking at other ways to get the message out. That's like local radio broadcasts. And there are concerns, of course, about privacy, about the stress the alarm might cause, and about what happens if the system is overused or even misused. But for now, the focus is, of course, on making sure we are prepared. So, what should you do? Well, first of all, don't panic. It is a test, of course, and the government is being upfront about it. Of course, we're telling you in advance too. But do take the warning seriously. If you want to opt out, maybe you're worried about the alarm or have had your hidden phone for your own safety somewhere, you can turn off the alerts. On Apple devices, go to Settings, then Notifications, and scroll down to Extreme and Severe Alerts to toggle them off. And while you're at it, think about your own preparedness. The government is urging people to stock up on the essentials, and frankly, it's not a bad idea. Tin food, batteries, water, these are things you should have at home just in case something does go wrong. Finally, stay informed. Keep an eye on the news and make sure you know what to do if you get a real emergency alert. The government will give you clear instructions in that message if it does happen, but it's up to you, of course, to act on it. The world is a more dangerous place than it was a few years ago. The war in Ukraine, rising tensions in the Middle East, cyber attacks, sabotage, these are real threats, and we don't always hear about them either. And they're not going to go away. The government is taking them seriously, and I think you should too. The emergency alert system is a vital tool in our nation's resilience toolkit. It's not perfect, but it is a start. And the government are warning us to prepare for war, which really is more important now and seems more likely than it ever has been. And let's hope it doesn't happen, but you should be ready for whatever comes next. So when your phone blasts out that alarm later this year, don't ignore it. Take a moment to think about what...
Right. You can just fuck off instantaneously with all that jibber jabber bollocks, because obviously on one hand, obviously it's okay to have some type of alert, it could be some crazy floods, the flipping Thames banks, the barriers burst its banks, or Mother Nature can do its thing, right? Obviously. But it's annoying, and the gaslighting when as soon as you hear them say, oh yeah, we're preparing for the worst and cyber attacks and all this other type of stuff. Preparing for the worst, or are you're the ones prepared, you're the ones that have prepared the worst for us. So don't be telling us about preparing. Get your tin food in, for 72 hours. There might be a cyber attack, it might last for 72 hours or 10 days. When it's you scumbags that are doing it. And then you've got you lot on the front line, the news anchors, like you don't know really what's going on. Like the gaslighting is just, it's just infuriating. Shout out to Panda in the comments, man. Shout out to everybody in tune to the transmission this here morning. Coming from the UK, London Tan. What's that? We've got another few videos to watch here. We've got breakdowns. Of course, I already said Glastonbury nonsense. Was it organic? Was it organic like Stormzy when he was cussing a few years ago at the Mobo? Or you had Dave, the other UK rapper. Do you remember when we broke that one down? And that was just after the Streatham Al-Akbar attack with the knife situation. And of course, Dave, the rapper, is from Streatham. And we broke that one down, why he won his Mobo and why he said what he said and all that type of stuff. Like he's really going against the grain. Give me a break. As I said before, we've got to get Stormzy into talk when people get stabbed in Croydon and other stuff, or the, Black Lives Matter. The psyop with, well, that one was definitely a psyop concerning, what's his name again? George Perry Floyd. Of course, that equates to 201. But yeah, George Perry Floyd. But yeah, man, we've got to get Stormzy in, right? And then folks still can't understand why he was chosen for the McDonald's advert recently. We've done the breakdown over here. If you're not up to speed, go and watch the video. Tell me about Stormzy like a fool. Right, anyway, shout out to Tribe in the building. Shout out to Panda, who said, what the F is going on in the UK? Man, what the F is going on in the world? That is the question, of much of which is quite rhetorical at this stage. But yeah, just rewind if you just joined and you missed that. That was the first video we played, so you haven't missed much. Shout out to Most Hated, Bronze Flat Power God Inside. You said keep it strong, big up family. Yeah, jibber jabber. And I hope my talk yesterday was well, obviously not nonsense, but concerning next week Monday. If you didn't watch the powerful stream yesterday, the transmission, hopefully nothing happens next week Monday concerning a blackout in America, or they might what's the word or the term? What is it now? Oh my god. Catch you in another angle. There's a term. It's like a football player term, American football. oh my God, side something, blind side. You know, they might catch you on another angle elsewhere. Who knows? Could be in the UK, could be elsewhere, but hopefully it's nowhere. Again, if the people in Spain, even if you're not forecasting, it's not, you know, a lot of people will be like, oh my God, well, if you can't forecast with the numerology because if it's so redundant and repetitive, you know, and it's so ritualistic, it's nonsense. No, it's not nonsense. You can still see why the day is what it is, even if you're not forecasting, say today and stuff happens today, and then I make a video after the fact. It doesn't mean that it's stupid or it's not worthy or it's not, you know what I mean? Again, only buffoons will champion that idea. People like Andrew Wilson, who tried to debate that Zach, yeah? Or those idiot runts of the litter like Cuts One that you'll see in and his band of people that you'll find a lot of the time now in Chaotic Truth. If you know Chaotic Truth Live, if you go on his channel, he does a lot of live streaming literally every other day or every day. But yeah, hopefully, and that's a powerful stream yesterday. Anyway, transmission. So be sure to, most importantly, watch it and share the stream. How is that video only on what, 19 views? Probably 3 of which is mine when I go into the video to add a comment, you know, and it will take to say, oh, somebody's watched it, but you know, it was me for in there for 2 seconds. But anyway, Panda says, in Australia, our media keep telling us all men are bad and all women are wonderful. Well, this is what they're doing. It's the whole, you know, they're doing a lot of the power reversal stuff, right? I mean, what's one of the latest slop? DEI. I can't remember the term, what the DEI stands for, but it's a lot of the woke slop that's been going on that they're just force feeding you. They don't care how much you don't like it. They're just opening your mouth up, peeling back your eyelids, and they are just force feeding you slop. Just, have that. Of course, you got Ironheart. I mean, give me a break. They ticked all the boxes with that one. Do I have to go through them? I mean, give me a break. If you haven't been on my community wall, knock yourself out. I put up a post with the breakdown for episode 1 and episode 2 of the woke slot that is Ironheart. We will touch on it, some of it in this when I get to it. But anyway, let's get to the next video. And we're going to be looking at Admiral Byrd. I don't think I've ever looked at Admiral Byrd. Of course, the guy that apparently went beyond certain areas. What would it be? 60 degrees south? Basically, he's gone beyond certain borders, and apparently he said, you know, there's extra land. I don't know if that's true, but it wouldn't surprise me if there is extra land. I know. I don't think that the tourist field is just going to be some magical barrier that you can't go through or walk through, or it's impenetrable. You know, I think more than likely we're just in one pond, and then the tourist fields that encapsulates this part. Again, you've got your atmosphere, ionosphere, stratosphere, magnetosphere, and again, magnetism. Think about it. Spherical. But that's actually the tourist fields doing their thing, right? But anywho, we'll get back to that in a moment. But right, let's get to this next video here.
Stop what you're doing right now if you are watching this, because you need to pay attention. Because very soon, every single mobile phone across the United Kingdom is going to...
Women are being conscripted into the army as Europe gears up for war. The UK is looking on closely, weighing up whether to draft women as Denmark launches mandatory conscription for females.
In the world situation we're in right now, it's necessary to have more conscripts, and I think that women should contribute to that equally as men do. So actually I think it's a positive change, but I do think that a lot of women as well as men that might be forced to get into the military, it hasn't been like that in many years. I think it'll be a change.
But shifting a military from its male focus to incorporating women has its issues.
There are different things that they need to improve, especially in terms of equipment. Right now it's made for men, so perhaps like the rucksacks are like a bit too large and the uniforms are large as well.
Well, today 24% of the conscripts are females, but they are joining on a voluntary basis. From 1st of July, they will be obligated to show up at the Defence Day and on an equal basis as for men during the conscription period.
Danes generally have a positive feeling about it.
I think it's a good thing. I think it's great that we're doing equal things in all ways, both in military but also in jobs and everything. If we want to be equal, it should both be in military and private and in all our job functions. So yeah, I think it's a really good thing.
The UK has been studying options for defence as global tensions escalate and the continent fears war with Russia. Women were conscripted for military work toward the end of World War II, but not for fighting on the front lines. Any modern iteration could require them to fight. The government has noted countries around Europe have returned to mandatory national service as the threat posed by Russia increases. In a 2019 report, the UK noted Norway had expanded its conscription to women, who were obliged to undergo a fitness test, and the best performers were selected, whether they liked it or not. Where some countries with forced conscription might expect to see young people deliberately flunking their tests, Norway's approach made the selection even more competitive, with young men and women giving their best. Last year, a NATO chief warned Europe needs to step up its defence.
The big difference with a year ago, I would say, Terry, is that there's a lot of things that have happened in the armed forces and in the defence organisations. What hasn't happened is in our societies the understanding that it is more than the military that has to be able to operate in a conflict or in a war. It is the whole of society that will get involved, whether we like it or not. That realization we didn't talk about that much a year ago. If you look back the last year, what has happened in our alliance with regard to the battle groups that we set up, if you look back to the training, the fact that we now have Steadfast Defender with 90,000 troops, that is a record number. That is a record number of troops that we can bring to bear and have an exercise with in that size. Across the alliance, across the ocean, from the US to Europe, in Europe. That is a big change.
The UK launched a strategic review and announced it would be upping its spending.
The threat we now face is more serious, more immediate, and more unpredictable than at any time since the Cold War. A new era in the threats that we face demands a new era for defence and security. Not just to survive in this new world, but to lead. We will never gamble with our national security. Instead, we will act in the national interest.
The first duty of the UK Prime Minister is the safety and security of our citizens, and that's a duty I take extremely seriously. We've already increased our defence spend to 2.5% in 2027, and I've been absolutely clear where the money for that comes from. We've cut the overseas development aid budget. And we will now make commitments, our NATO commitments, to 5%. That includes a resilience element that we're already spending, but it is important that we make that commitment for the long-term security of our country.
But with widespread disillusionment in the UK, many fear young people would refuse to fight for our country.
The very notion that we still live in an era where trench warfare could break out will come as a shock to some. But here's the bigger point. Poll after poll after poll shows that Brits wouldn't be prepared to take arms for king or queen and country anyway. 38% of the under-40s polled in January would refuse. Only 58% even agree that we should send Brits to Ukraine at all. Why on earth would anybody want to fight for Britain at the moment? They hate the working classes, who historically have been the ones who had to go and cop the bullets.
Well, Martin, I'm not here, of course, to advocate for conscription, but any responsible government looking at how we defend our nation and that of our allies may have to consider it. We've had generations of people in the UK since 1945 who have perhaps taken their security for granted, relative prosperity, of course, and I think that ultimately we may have to accept the fact that the world is a dangerous place, the fact that Russia are clearly more aggressive and more dangerous now than perhaps at any time since the Cold War, and if the balloon goes up, if there's a requirement for us to go to war, perhaps because Russia's invaded an Article 5 NATO country, then so be it. And it may well be that our armed forces have been hollowed out to the extent where we have spent the peace dividend. Therefore, we need to find innovative ways of providing that capability.
But we've got the smallest army since the Napoleonic era. The RAF is the smallest it's ever been since its inception in World War I. So few sailors were decommissioning ships. How are we going to recruit? Conscription would mean what? Enforced conscription? You have to go and do it. People will be leaving the country in droves, wouldn't they not?
That's the definition of conscription. It's national service. You could call it a volunteer army. But ultimately what it would mean is that we rely upon our regular forces, Army, Navy, RAF to deploy, and then to backfill them, we'd need reserves, we need regular reserves, we need people like me, ex-regulars to come back into uniform perhaps, there's a scary thought, but also possibility of conscripts. If we need people to do this work, noting that the armed forces have been hollowed out, we may have to go down that road. And of course that may require legislation to do it.
Do you honestly think, when you look around the streets of Britain now, that there's a social demographic of people that believe enough in the country to fight? Is there the physical capability? Most people now be offended about their pronouns being offended. Do we seriously have the actual capability? And why not send people like Mike Martin? Why not send the politicians? Lead by example.
Well, I think it's been, to be fair, but I can tell you from experience that in Afghanistan and Iraq, we asked a lot of things of our young people who stepped up to the plate. I saw remarkable people do remarkable things, and I think that that's in everyone. But ultimately, to do that, it's going to require training, it's going to require people. They've got to step forward. Of course, conscription involves necessity. It's compulsory mobilisation, and therefore we have to rely upon our good people of the UK to step up, to train, and to perhaps wield a bayonet.
This was perhaps acknowledged by the government. In a 2025 report into conscription, Pat McFadden said the country wouldn't force conscription, saying that recruiting unwilling young people would damage morale and the overall performance of the military. Nicholas Dunning, GB News.
Well, you know what I say to that? Only a fool at this stage would be like, yeah, I'm going to pick up arms, and you have to be completely brain dead to think these people like have you in their minds like in a beneficial way that benefits, it only benefits them in a twisted way, in a dark, distorted, dystopian world and all of that jazz. Remember, they control all sides. It's not Hamas versus Israel, Kim Jong-un versus Donald Trump, or Putin or whoever, or flipping Starman in the UK. All these people are one team, yeah? Once you realize that, you say, oh shit, of course. Well, I'm gonna, risk getting my leg blown off. Come back, I can't even get housing while the borders is still going crazy, while they give how much in the hotels to the foreign situation, which is obviously by design. That's been, bursting its banks in recent times in the last year, with people just really getting peed off with the situation, but it's all by design, right? From Southport to this thing to that thing, cyber attacks, this is all them setting up a specific type of dystopian infrastructure forthcoming. So again, while you're Netflix and chilling, I came across the channel, he's just talking about numbers. It's just, let me leave a stupid comment, or I can't be bothered. While you're, whatever you're doing, this is my point. So, it is what it is. Again, I'm not going to harp on in that way right now, but phew. Right, I'm not sure with the next video, because we're going to get into some decodes via this video after the battle of this next one. I'm not sure if it plays the chants from Glastonbury, but if it does, YouTube, fair use. It's not me saying it. Alright? In a minute now, they're going to weaponize anything I say. Numerology or weaponize him. Put him in cuffs. Anywho, again, this one's coming from Double Down News via well-known rapper from the UK, Low-Key.
The media and political class are melting down over a punk rocker chanting at Glastonbury.
Well, I thought it was appalling, to be honest. It does evoke some of the worst moments in human history, shall we say.
People question how on earth could Hitler ever have happened, point to Glastonbury and say, that's how.
Ignorant people who were waving Palestine flags at Glastonbury.
They're being indoctrinated at Glastonbury.
It's appalling, isn't it?
What I found more shocking was the crowd singing along with it.
It's worth reminding ourselves of what the IDF has been up to over the past 2 years. While the Glastonbury Festival was taking place, hundreds of Palestinians, many of them children, were killed by the Israeli military in Gaza. The Israeli military is in no way, shape or form a victim. It's an occupying force which, according to international law, has no right to self-defense, let alone genocide. The IDF stands for the Israeli Defense Forces, but there is nothing defensive about genocide. The Israeli embassy stated that the words uttered on the stage at Glastonbury amount to incitement to ethnic cleansing. This is a regime that is actively ethnically cleansing the Palestinians as we speak. The Israeli occupation forces have been burning children alive in tents. The Israeli military has been sniping children directly in the head. The Israeli occupation forces have been luring starving Palestinians to food distribution centers, then mowing them down as direct policy. The Israeli military filled the car which contained Hind Rajab and her family with hundreds of bullets. The Israeli occupation forces have bombed 36 hospitals. The Israeli military killed 15 paramedics in Rafah as they came to try and help those injured in an earlier airstrike. If our media and political class close their eyes to this horror, we cannot take their crocodile tears seriously. Where is the same respect for the sanctity of human life when Israelis march through occupied Jerusalem and chant? Where is the same respect for the sanctity of human life when Zionists took to the streets of New York chanting? They didn't say death to Palestinian military forces, they said death to Arabs. They are lying about what Bob Vylan said at Glastonbury. Death to the IDF means death to an occupying force which is dispossessing Palestinians and killing them on an industrial scale every single day. It does not mean death to a particular religious group. This campaign has always been about maintenance of the industrial scale killing of Palestinians. It's always been about maintenance of the factory of death. Allow the killing of Palestinians to continue and don't resist. The concept of fighting occupiers is a divine right that throughout history people have practiced. According to UN Resolution 3246, all people subject to foreign occupation have the right to engage in armed resistance. In fact, the vast majority of humanity consider themselves post-colonial subjects. When Palestinians say, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, they are articulating the very same call made by black South Africans during apartheid, that they would have independence from minority supremacist rule. They are making the same argument that Angolans made against the Portuguese. They are making the same argument that the French resistance made against the occupation of France in the Second World War. When it comes to Palestinian armed resistance, The groups practicing it are prescribed by the UK government, which represents 67 million people, the US government, which represents over 330 million people, the EU, which represents 446 million people, and the Japanese government. So altogether, less than 1 billion people in the world are represented by governments that prescribe those practicing armed resistance against the Israeli occupation forces. That is less than 1 in 8 people in the world. The vast majority of humanity are governed by political systems which do not prescribe the fighting and killing of Israeli soldiers as terrorism. Outside Parliament today, there is a statue of none other than Nelson Mandela. He spent 27 years in Robben Island, in jail, in apartheid South Africa, for resisting that system. It has to be remembered that ANC did kill soldiers too. Piers Morgan will compare himself to Nelson Mandela in his struggle for free speech. Why does this speech not extend to the vast majority of humanity who do not view violence against military occupiers as a bad thing? Think about the hypocrisy of the free speech warriors who have been harping on for years and years about how they are the ones being cancelled for what they say. Now lining up to try and cancel these musicians for voicing their points of view. When The Clash said, "I hate the army and I hate the RAF," when the Sex Pistols said, "God save the Queen and a fascist regime," many of the people today deriding Kneecap and Bobby Villain were nodding along and smiling. Why was it okay for their generation to have punk musicians who challenged the status quo and the sacred ideas of the time, but it's not okay for this generation to stand up against genocide? So let's be clear. They can cancel Bob Villain, they can cancel and prosecute Kneecap, they can ban Palestine Action, and they can silence every voice within the English language. But as long as there is genocide, there will always be resistance. This is a classic case where the media is attempting to manufacture consent for a crackdown on what you can say about genocide. At Double Down News, you have the opposite policy in place. Free speech about genocide. Join Double Down News now on Patreon to keep the train running.
All right, let me quickly roll the thing.
Turn off the TV, it's way too misleading. Telling them lies until you believe it. Repeat it, repeat it, repeat it, repeat it. It don't take a genius to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I think low-key laid that one down nicely. Shout out to Leonard in the chat, who said 100. Now we've got some more videos to watch, and then we'll get basically some flat earthy type videos, a couple of quick ones, and then we'll get into Admiral Byrd and his death and the numerology, which is very interesting around it. And first up, we'll quickly look at the numbers with this Bob Dylan situation, and we'll quickly look at Greta Thunberg as well, with her, you know, when she got captured the other day by the numbers. Give me 1 second here. First up in this news clip from The Sun. Of course, they couldn't help themselves but put it up at 52 minutes past the hour. Bob Villain, real name Pascal Robinson Foster. He's got a double barrel with the second name there. So Robin Foster, double barrel, second name, double barreled, excuse me. But anyway, first name Pascal. And note Palestine, and of course the word terrorist, all equal 52. Of course, government 52. So Glasto Backlash, two-tip justice. Fury as Bob Villain, aka Pascal, free after his IDF chant. You know, you gotta be walking on eggshells. Careful what you say, you know, in a minute now. I'm sailing from my windows. Oh, let's arrest him. Audio Oracle, you said, what about the IDF in his live stream? Fucking hell. Anywho, it wasn't me, fool. I'm not the babbling buffoon. Anywho, so Bob Villain is free after his IDF chant as Tory Chancellor's wife is still in jail for a tweet. Is that the person that's around Southport that did a tweet around the riot times last year? Are you for real? Is that person really still in? Nah, they're taking the piss. Whether it's 100% real or not, they just take the piss, man. Again, digital gagging is a real thing, and as I say, they just want to weaponize. Again, did I mention Valdo Calicane today? I don't think I have. If you're not up to speed with why that's so important, and the novel that goes with the mini-series show and the book called Calicane that goes with Valdo Calicane, with the knife rampage of the individual Valdo Calicane. He's got two names. Can't remember one of them, but he's got one of the names in the media was Valdo Calicane. And be sure to catch those videos and you'll understand why that's so important and the meaning of the name Valdo along with the second name, yeah? Very important. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go figure. I can't blabber it all right now because I can't be asked, to be fair. I just can't be asked. I've gone over it how many times? So there's follow-up videos for that situation as well, and then you can find the main videos and blah blah blah. So anyway, does death equal 38? Interesting, because that Glastonbury event that took place the other day, because you've got two Brit bands that are being held under scrutiny, so to speak, from the media, you know, the bullshit media. But anyway, you got Kneecap. Didn't really look into Kneecap, but as I say, we looked into Bob Villain. But anywho, he said death, right? Death to the who? The IDF. I'm gonna paraphrase in here, YouTube. It's not me saying it, all right? Anyway, 38 weeks, 0 days. Does death equal 38, or is it? Let me get a rain check here. Does death equal 38, or is it 83? I think it's 38. I know murder's both 38 and 83, but let me just quickly go to this other tab here. I'm sure death is 38, like cancel and destroy, found dead, collapsed, all these type of words. Drowned, all equal 38, chilling 38, Masonic 38. Let's see if memory serves. Yeah, 38. Death equals 38. English ordinal. Yeah. So D the 4th, E the 5th, A the 1st, T the 20th, H the 8th. Add it all up. English ordinal. It was in the alphabet. A's 1 up to Z the 26th letter. And you do that. Bam. Death equals 38. And here we have 38 weeks. Bang on. From the day of the situation annually. So I think it was 2023, right? When it started, October 7th. But if you do it from last year to Glastonbury, 29th of June, 2025, 38 weeks. And then here we have this individual chanting, death to the IDF. I mean, give me a break. I mean, what are the odds? Is it all organic? Or was he put up to it? You know, to do the scripted media backlash and blah, blah, blah. And oh, at BBC, we was thinking, should we have pulled the air, pulled the live stream? What a load of bollocks. You know what was going on before the event even took place, yeah? Just like you knew when you had the lady up with 9/11 and she's talking about whatever buildings have come down but we can still see the building in the back, which was, I think, Building 7. We didn't get hit by anything. It just magically, even though we know with the Twin Towers, the infrastructure clearly had bombs and some type of thermite, whatever, in the infrastructure. Yeah? Who are you fooling? Oh, and we found 19 passports, or how many passports they said they found in all that rubble and dust. And you know, they've done that old chestnut how many times here and there, you know. It's like, I mean, really? Who believes this? Absolute nonsense. So yeah, 38 weeks, bang on. Yeah? And again, he's talking about killing, death. So again, death, 38. You've got 38 weeks from the October 7th date. Doing it annually from 2024, although it started, I'm sure it was the year before, 2023. But anywho, July 29th this year has the 44. Well, actually, it's the date that goes with Southport, which was the year before, of course, 2024, which was on a Monday. So again, this exact same numerology. You've got the life lesson 44. And this time it falls on a Sunday, not the Monday, a year later, you see? But again, kill 44. And quickly going, talking about Southport, quick sidebar for 10 seconds. Again, Knife Man 44. It happened in a dance workshop 44. Pretty sure Southport equals 44. They said it was like a scary movie or a horror movie. I'm pretty sure Jason Voorhees, you know, Friday the 13th, Voorhees equals 44. There's a bunch of 44s that I'm forgetting right now. There was about 20 significant 44s with that situation. We've done a good few updates for that situation, so, you know, feel free, get up to speed if you're not up to speed already. Oh, somebody's in the chat. Yes, KJV. Me fellow Londoner in the house. What are you saying, sir? Hope you're doing good today, man. How long ago was that? What's the time? Oh, 2 minutes ago. Hopefully you're still about. If not, if you catch it back on the rebound, because I know people can be in and out of transmissions when it's live. So yeah, man. If you're still there, fantastic. If not, fantastic. Catch you on the rebound if you come back to watch the rest. Again, we are going to be going and looking at more videos. We've got a couple of short flat earth videos, and then we're going to get into Admiral Byrd and the numerology with his death, which is highly interesting. But we're just going to quickly knock the ball out the park with the IDF Bob Villain situation, Glastonbury, and we're going to quickly look at Greta Thunberg with her nonsense and buffoonery recently, when she got captured. I'm doing it with air quotes. You know, she got captured by the IDF. Give me a break. Now, if you do it in the same year, with from the Glastonbury situation, July 29th on the Sunday, 2025, to October 7th, you get 14 weeks and 2 days. Why is that important? I can already feel myself chuckling here. Why is that important? Because of course Palestine equals 142. Terrorist equals 142, you see? I mean, just look at this. It's just there in your face. Interesting, he's got this name Bob Villain as well, because Bob Villain equals 42, and we know they love to stamp the nigger and negro and slave and slavery, but the ones that equate to 42 on black people time and time again. I'm not saying that they didn't just come up with the name themselves and then, you know, they got signed and, you know, they got the contract, whatever. Obviously that can happen, but you know, those that are behind the scenes, if this was the case, we're just going on the speculative, you know, looking in, peering in what may or may not have been. But, you know, did you know whose that would have been? Oh shit, oh look what their name equates to. Fantastic, you can keep that name. You know, a lot of the rappers, they get their names given to them, right? Or their stage name, the band name. But anywho, Bob Villain 42. I mean, give me a break. Oh, I forgot to say one. Shit. Palestine equals 38. We just spoke about 38 weeks. Bang on. From last year, annual date 2024 with the situation. We know it happened 2023. But again, October 7th, if you do it from last year to Glastonbury this year, go figure. Yes. Oh, I forgot another one. Pascal equals 38. Again, Bob Villain's real name is Pascal. What are the odds of this? Come on. Pascal equals 38. Palestine 38. Murder and death and all the rest of those type of murder words under that umbrella equal 38. Come on now. These type of plates and low-hanging fruits. Oh, mate. Shout out to Most Hated Bronze Flat Power God. You know you gotta get the chuckling, family. Yeah? We do our best to leave no stone unturned over here. Again, we don't profess to know it all, but I mean, give me a break. Yeah? Hold up here, I've skipped a slide. Hold up here. Woo! And this year, with the numerology for the annual day of the Hamas situation, October 7th, you got a numerology of 62. 10 and 7, 20 and 25 equals 62. It's even got a numerology of 42. But anyway, why is that important? Oh my God, where's my slide? Because... Am I tripping? Oh, IDF equals 62. I was slightly tripping because I thought I saw Pascal was 62. Don't worry about that. But anywho, Hamas equals 93. And Bob Villain equals 93. Why is that interesting? Because looking at creature features, Satanic Megalomaniac, playing his little puppet Jesuit position, Keir Starmer, his birthday is September 2nd. And we've got 9 weeks and 3 days because, of course, you know, you've got him chiming in, of course. Oh, my God. Going on like he really cares for, you know, actual humans' benefit and what we're actually about. It's all smoke screens, you know, hoodwink. From his Krusty Creature birthday last year, Keir Starmer to, Glastonbury, Bob Villain. It's 42 weeks, got an overhang of 6 days, but forget the 6 days, 42 weeks. Hamas equals 42, war and world war equals 42, Freemasonry 42, Bob Villain equals 42. So again, we just spoke about the 93, Hamas and Bob Villain, 93, and then now we've even got, also remember, Saturn 93 and 42, you know, they love Saturn worship heavily. And Saturn has a big play to do with time and judgment. Yeah, Saturn, Chronos, chronological, time. Never forget that. And remember why they tell you the sun's 93 million miles away? If you don't know what I'm talking about and why that's buffoonery, I'll wait to say that when we get back to Admiral Byrd in a moment. 93 million miles away. Really? Is it really that far? Because I think you're chatting shit. In fact, I know you are. And I'm going to prove it. So again, 9 weeks and 3 days. Going to Keir Starmer's birthday. Bob Villain 93. Hamas equals 93. Let me quickly change this background music here. As we keep it moving. If you include the end date, you get 9 months. Hold up. Is that the same one? No, that's in the same year with Glastonbury to Keir Starmer's birthday. If you do it from last year, it's 9 months and 4 weeks, 0 days, so 94. Again, terrorism. in that bracket of things. Again, the word terror equals 94. Right, let me quickly go to... Again, we've got the McLaren supercar owner guy. And he owned part of the watch, you know, Tag Heuer, if you know the watch. We're going to look at him as well. He died just the other day. Let me quickly go to... Before we change topic. Let's quickly do... Because I've been waiting to do it, to be fair. So let's quickly do it. What's her name? Climate girl. Climate. We never talks about chemtrails and that type of climate change. Greta Thunberg. The mouthpiece puppet. Of course, we're going to look at Stormzy, big man as well. As I'm just speeding past some slides, going along here. A few other ones as well that's not even in the title. We're going to look at, but let me... And again, we've got Save the Fox Lady, rest in peace. She had a lot of cyberbullying stuff going on, apparently. I mean, I was always subscribed to her channel. I did watch it here and there, but, you know, obviously I like looking at animals and seeing animals and shit. Or watching Chandler's Wildlife, if you know Chandler. He does a lot of snake stuff and alligator. If you don't know about Gator Chris, check out Gator Chris. He's amazing how he trains alligators. If you don't know about Gator Chris in Florida, check out Gator Chris. Phenomenal how he trains the alligators. They know he knows how to call them. They know their names when he calls them. Yeah. That's if you think that they're just some, you know, prehistoric beasts and all this type of stuff. It's amazing. Yeah. They've all got different names. They get called by names and they know when to come. They know when to hold, open their mouth. Some of them he will be swimming with. I don't know what happened to Casper. He had an old, I don't know if it was a crocodile or alligator, one of the two, obviously. But and I know he used to do like shows, not shows, but you know, have people come to the facility of the rescue animals and stuff like that. Like Casper, you'll find videos with Casper. Right, I'm at Greta Thunberg on my slides here. Hold up. Oh, perfect. And Admiral Byrd is right next to her. Fantastic. So all that time I was talking, I was whizzing, going through about 100 slides, going back in my gallery. Again, I would show my gallery, but, you know, it doesn't like my device, so what can I do? Okay, so bullshit activist Greta Thunberg, who was captured by the IDF recently. She was, what was the name of the thing she was doing? What was it called again? It began with F. Hold up here, let me just read from... So anyway, reading from the news here, briefly. So, my name is Greta Thunberg, and I am from Sweden, she said in a clip. Goes on to say, if you see this video, we are being intercepted and kidnapped in international waters by the Israeli occupational forces. Goes on to say, our forces that support Israel. Oh, sorry, or forces, excuse me. All forces that support Israel, excuse me. Goes on to say, I urge all my friends to say, how dare you? No, I'm only joking. Goes on to say, I urge all my friends and family and comrades to put pressure on Sweden, on the Swedish government, to release me and the others as soon as possible. And also tell them, how dare you? Again, I'm joking. And a thumbnail here from the Talk TV UK news outlet on YouTube, and their video title says, useful idiot propaganda tool, Julia rips into Greta Thunberg's performative virtual signaling. Wap, 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 wap. Right. Goes on to say, the Madeleine, a British flagged boat carrying Greta Thunberg and other activists, was intercepted by Israeli forces and diverted to Israel. The boat, operated by the Freedom Flotilla Coalition, that was the F word that I was trying to recollect in my brain cells. So anyway, the boat, operated by the Freedom Flotilla Coalition, was carrying aid to Gaza after departing from Sicily on June 1st. Now, no, all of these, we're going to get back to all of these dates. June 1st, the video clip that she had posted that was on June 9th. We're going to get to all of that. Goes on to say Israeli minister Israel Katz with a Z, ordered the military to show the activist footage of the Hamas October 7 attacks upon their arrival in Israel. Well, 1 second, I'm going to get back to the comments, and I just have to quickly say, it's not Hamas versus Israel. They're all in cahoots together. Obviously, the pyramid scheme, if you look at it like that, and those that are going to control Hamas, obviously you're going to get those that are none the wiser, that don't get what's going on, yeah? Just like those that are going to fight for flag and pride of country, for the most part, have no idea what's going on, obviously. Those that will be waking them up 2, 3, 4, and shouting in their face like Jarhead movie or whatever at 4 in the morning, while they reprogram them and condition them to go and blow people up and shoot people and fly planes or be the grunt on the ground. This is the problem. Huge problem. Just like how it will go for any normal job for the most part. Well, you know, I'm just doing my job. Just doing my job. And you've got the other part in your brain because you're just trying to, you know, live, get on with it. You know, I'm the policeman, I'm the you know, frontline army or the National Guard or whatever. And that's how they get you. And then it's just a long chain of the pyramid scheme of, you know, what can I do anyway? I'm but one man, or, you know, or I don't care. Or I don't care to know. What are you talking about? Nonsense, you're crazy. Our government wouldn't do that to us. They've got the best intelligence. Why would their intelligence be insulting our intelligence? So they can build a dystopian infrastructure. What are you talking about? Meanwhile, they've been doing it and showing you for how many decades? Especially since TV's been popular, right? How long's TV been going now? 60, 80 years? How long's TV been about? Right, let me quickly read this last sentence here and then I'll go to the comments. So Greta has accused Israel's kidnapping. This is just some highlight points that they've, like ball points that they've got here. So I'm just quickly reading them. Last 2 sentences. So anyway, Thunberg is accused Israel of kidnapping her, blah, 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 blah. Appealing for international support, urging pressure on the Swedish government, what I just read from the other bit, from the main part, which wasn't the ball points. But anyway, goes on to say, Francesca Albanese of the UN Special Rapporteur encouraged other boats to challenge the Gaza blockade and send aid to Gaza. Right, let me quickly read. Logical observations. Good day, mate. He said, good day, zombie. How have you been, brother? Not too bad, man. Not too bad. Not gonna lie, been slightly on edge of my mind because, you know, certain things are imminent. You know what I mean? Imminent, you know, any moment now. Shit, the power might go over here. Shit. So get reading the Gematria granules, coffee granules and Gematria tea leaves. You know, they could easily do a blind side and say, fuck it, we're just going to just do it on whatever day, regardless of numerology and shit like that, even though we know they do it in a well-structured way, which is highly redundant and ritualistic, in a specific cyclic, you know, cycles of patterns. But yeah, man, these people are crazy, megalomaniacs. So yeah, as much as I always say, there's a part of alleviation just from understanding certain stuff and knowing this type of knowledge and whatnot, but then there's the other side where it's still like, okay, well, you know what I mean? Shit, did I buy any more tin food, you know? You know what I'm saying? Did I order that generator yet? Which I haven't. Fuck. I'm definitely going to order one this month, but I'm not going to fuck about. Definitely ordering a generator this month. I've been slacking like it for long, but I'm going to order one this month, 100%. Get my Amazon on. straight away as you order it, I'll be looking at the blinds. Is it there yet? You know, when you order shit, you you feel like looking out instantaneously. Make sure the bell's on. You know, I usually have that shit on silent because I ain't expecting nobody. Plus, the children like to do knockdown ginger sometimes, and they're playing games and stuff, living life, which is fantastically great. Have you ever seen that piano player? Is his name Kobe something? It might be Kobe. Kobi. Look him up. Autistic. He's about 11 years old now, and somebody rich bought him a piano. Yeah, like a big grand piano. But I came across something more recently, and for the first time, he's hearing something from like Elton John. Yo, listen to how he plays the piano instantaneously. Now, I'm not saying you can't get another musician, because obviously once you know your keys, you know where to go. But just watch him and watch how happy he is as well. I love his happy innocence and youthfulness. It's amazing. And that's one thing you want to carry with you through your, you know, through your lifespan and beyond. Because if they get you with that and they dampen that down too much, oh, that's not good. Don't let them take away that useful goodness. Yeah? Because that's what they want to eliminate. And your sense of morality and all that type of stuff, you know what I mean? And your intuitive beacon of just noting stuff and catching the bullshit, you know what I mean? Once they erode that away, don't let them kill that off. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Right, what's this here? Neck spike vaccine. Search next in Google, Latin, English translator. Next equals death, violent death, murder, slaughter, etc. Ooh, let me get a screenshot of that. We're gonna circle back round to that. So if you stick around, I will look into that in the course of the transmission. I thought I'd do the transmission a bit earlier today, because I've got some music to attend to. But and it's a bit cooler today as well. It's humid, but definitely more cooler today. In the midst of the heat bubbling in the UK at the moment. But yeah, definitely going to look into that. Thank you for sharing that logical observation, who I'm pretty sure is not upside down. Are you in Australia? I know you said good day, but I'm thinking, are you in Australia? I can't remember. I know Panda's in Australia. Definitely not upside down. Right, so continuing on with Greta. She's born, full name, Greta Tintin Eleonora Ernman Thunberg, or Ernman Thunberg, Ernman Thunberg. She's born January 3rd, 2003, currently 22. Ah, he's in the land down under that's not actually down. As I always say, do you know what? I'm holding off. We're going to get to Admiral Byrd, and we've got a couple of short Globe Earth, True Earth videos to watch. So let me quickly hurry up with Greta, and then we can get to it. Thought I'd break up the transmission a little bit today. So, Greta Thunberg, right? Let's quickly get through this. So he's 20 months. Right, so when she put out that clip, the video clip, right? Talking about being captured and whatnot. That was 20 months, 2 days. Well, 20 months, 2 weeks. Sorry, 20 months, 0 weeks and 2 days. Drop the zeros, 22. He's currently 22 years old. And the day that was going in the news and whatnot, right? With that clip, June 9th. And this date, with the duration, is in accordance to October 7th, 2023. So 20 months, 0 weeks, and 2 days. Again, she's 22 years old. And what's also interesting, it's not a full house top to bottom, but you've got 60 numerology, 24 life lesson, then a 40 numerology, then a 22 numerology. Basically, with the official day of Hamas, and Greta taking aid to Gaza and what's, the interception from Israel forces. So what are the odds of that? The day she puts out the video, or it's going crazy in the news, and if to the untrained eye you have no idea. And as I say, even if it was all organic, it's still amazing, right? No matter what way you look on it, there's a code playing out, regardless if there's a scripted situation going on, nefarious, megalomaniac mittens involved, or again, looking at things like mitosis in the womb, patterns, Fibonacci, flower of life, yada, 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 golden ratio. You don't just discard all these things that are, cymatics and all this type of stuff, as I've said how many times, yeah? Wax and wane cycles, polarization of the day, polarization of individuals. Right, what's this one here? Oh, you know what? I'm going to show that comment. Give me 5 minutes, 7 at the most. I'm going to try and speed through this. I don't want to. He's got some good flat Earth stuff there that he said here. If you're already looking in the chat, you can see it, but I will put it on the screen momentarily. So just hold tight for that. In the course of the transmission, I'm talking about in the course of the transmission. Let's quickly change to this one here with the background ambience. Right, the Madeleine, in reference to all the boat stuff, right? Was that the name of the boat? Anyway, interesting numbers. 27, 36 is 54. I mean, wow. Again, terrorism, the Jesuit order, racism, it's all in there. So again, racism and ritual. 27, racism 36, terrorism 54, Jesuit order 54. Again, Islamic terrorism 201, Hamas terrorism 201, the Jesuit order 201, State of Israel 201, heliocentrism 201. We're going to get to the heliocentric, idiot-centric model, Goblin globe in a moment. Give me one moment here. Palestine 177, Hamas terrorism 177, like the Jesuit order 177 and the 201 that we just spoke about concerning Hamas terrorism and State of Israel and all the rest. And a long list of what I haven't said today. Again, sacred number equals 201. Never forget it was 201 Jesuits that was preserved by Catherine the Great in times past. And I've even made TV streaming shows on Hulu about it. Hulu. Again, propaganda 48. The Madeleine equals 48. False flag 48. If I'm not mistaken, I'm sure false flag is 48. Propaganda 48. Alright, let me keep it moving here. What's that? Something in the chat? If it's not flat Earth, then I'll put it up on the screen quickly. It's only because I don't want to get sidebarred. Let me put that banner up again as well before we go back to the comments. What does it say? Oh, wait. What's this? False breaking news. Spacewalk. All right, give me a sec. ISS. Oh, give me a sec. Trust me, I can't wait to get there. Right, from her crusty creature birthday, Greta Thunberg. And was climate change 56 as well? Give me one moment. I'm going to quickly punch it in the calculator. But anyway. And doesn't hostages equal 49? Interestingly, her birthday this year, birthday gone January 3rd, 2025. Got a 49 numerology. Again, she gets kidnapped, taken hostage, right? I'm sure hostage or hostages equals 49. Remember we had Emily Han, the Irish girl that got released? Was it 49 days later? I'm pretty sure it was 49. Do you remember? Do you remember? Hee hee. Come on, people. Come on. Anyway, 5 months and 6 days from a crusty creature birthday to the situation. You've even got 22 weeks and 3 days alternative span. If you're up to speed, you know, you know. If not, go figure. And remember, Hamas equals 24. The June 9th has got the life lesson. Remember, snap with the day, October 7th, right? 2023. Hamas equals 24. You got a life lesson of 24. So again, the day she puts out the clip, or when that clip's circling and it's all going off in the news with Greta Thunberg. Right, I need to quickly go to the calculator. I need to quickly venture over there. I need to punch this in quickly. Is climate change 56? I cannot remember if it's 56. Again, Society of Jesus, aka the Jesuit Order, Society of Jesus equals 56. Remember, C virus, Corona virus equals 56. Never forget, Anthony Fauci 56. You had toilet paper fighting for toilet paper. That was never a shortage of toilet paper. Toilet paper equals 56. Think about mind control, and mind control equals 56. Right. I'm on the tab now. I was waiting for it to load up. On the tab. Anywho, what was it again? Climate change, right? Ha! Climate change is 56. I fucking love this shit. I swear to you. It's just, there's so many gold moments, man. And the pupil dilation. When you punch in a specific thing, you're like, oh my god. You see? So here we have 5 months and 6 days. We have a climate change activist. You can't see me, but I'm doing, you know, some serious air quotes here. I mean, give me a break. And again, the day that was all going buzzing in the news, with all the other stuff we already spoke about with the life lesson and, you know, and all the rest, with the day with the Hamas day from 2023. But anyway, June 9th leaves 205 days of the year. Does anybody want to take a wild guess what climate change also equates to? 250. Drop the 0, 25. Did I mention mental health? Mental health equals 205. So again, mind control 56, mental health 205. Or just 25 anyway. Again, climate change equals 250. Drop the 0, 25. Again, 5 months, 6 days from a crusty creature birthday to the situation blowing up in the news. And of course, again, she's a climate change activist. Climate change equals 56. Oh my goodness, that's fucking hilarious. Right. Again, going back to terrorist stuff, terror equals 94. Hold on, this is now... What? Hold up, wait. Hold up here. How did I skip that? How did I skip that slide? Wait. So I think the clip that she put out was done on the 9th, but there was news circling about it on the 8th. It might even be the same news bit there. So I think the video was from the 9th, but the actual news itself was posted on 6/8, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, if it was, or even if it wasn't, we'll go with this one slightly lightly, you know what I mean? But it is interesting because, of course, again, terror, we just spoke about 94, but terror equals 68 as well. So if you do it on June 8th, but then going back to Hamas 2023, October 7th, you get 20 weeks and 1 day. Did I mention 201 today? I think I did. Right. the 94 one that I just saw. Oh yeah, that's with her birthday in the same year and the annual date with the October 7th, 2025. You got the 9 months and 4 days, again, Terra 94. Does anybody want to take a wild guess what kidnap equals, please? I'll give you a hint. When was Hamas? When did it begin again? 10/7? Yeah. Kidnap equals 107. Oh, and let me quickly check because I'm still on the other tab. Let me quickly check hostages. Hostages. Hold up here. Let me. Yeah. Oh my goodness! I had to put on the extra cipher for the single reduction because S is the 19th, and of course you can bring it down once. 1 9 equals 10. So again, in single reduction equals 49. Remember, she got a numerology this year of 49. Was it again? Was it 1 and 3, 20 or 25? Again, she's born January 3rd. Yeah. Again, we just spoke about, what was it, 9 months and 4 days from her crusty creature birthday. Going to the annual day of the Hamas situation. Yeah, 2025. So from her birthday to the situation, 2025, 9 months and 4 days again. Terror equals 94. Hostages equals 94. What are the odds of all of this? And again, kidnap equals 107, like 10/7, October 7. So again, what are the odds? And again, I'm pretty sure Emily Hand, which we covered over here in the midst of it all so many months after the situation took place, I'm sure there was some dub plate 49s going on because I'm sure it was 49 days later. And I'm saying, okay, so they're releasing the hostages 49 days later and hostages equals 49. I mean, give me a break. Oh, I'm just clocking this in real time. Hostages also equals 31. And of course, Greta Thunberg's birthday can also be read not January 1st, not 1/3, can also be read 3/1, 3rd of January. Yeah, hostages equals 31. I mean, what? I love this. Hostage equals 33. You know, the level 33. Right, let me get back to the what do you call it? Let me quickly change the background music. Let's do this one quickly. Oh, is that one? Oh yeah, we do that one. Yeah, kidnap 107. Hostages 49, 94, and 31. I mean, come on. The Freedom Flow Coalition, or FFC, confirmed that the Israeli military has boarded its Gaza-bound ship. The group posted a photo on Telegram showing members of the crew sitting inside the boat wearing life jackets with their hands in the air. However, no IDF, aka Israeli Defense Force soldier, could be seen in the photo, which of course is going to raise suspicion. All right. The FEC, or is that a typo? Or you mean the FFC, the Freedom Flotilla Coalition, had earlier said that the ship was under assault. Goes on to say, connection has been lost on the Madeleine, that must be the actual name of the ship. The Israeli army have boarded the vessel, and the FFC said quadcopters are surrounding the ship, spraying it with a white paint-like substance. We know you lot are a bit fruity at times. What kind of substance? No, I'm just playing. You know, these people love our sexual innuendo. But, you know, I know they weren't really doing it there, but I had to just bust that quick joke because I just come into my mind and thinking, oh, that. You know, these people, they want to put a whole bag of stuff in people's mind's eye, and in 2 2s you're waking up. Oh my god, I want to be a tranny. Or some type of shit. Anyway, is it something in the water? So anyway, communications are jammed and disturbing sounds are being played over the radio. The FFC added on its Telegram channel. Israel has repeatedly said that it will stop the aid boat from reaching Gaza. Oh. Right. Oh, staged equals 56. Yeah, staged 56. Staged propaganda 68 and 85. Remember, October 7th leaves 85 days of the year. There's a couple more 85s that do go with that, with the days remaining. I can't remember right now, so if you're not up to speed, go and, you know, catch up with all the initial videos that go with the unfortunate situation that's been going on out there. The fuckery, which is all orchestrated by the powers that shouldn't be. All of them, as we've gone over tirelessly and relentlessly. Right, June 1st. Is that when she first set out from Sicily? Was it June 1st? And then from that day, with the Hamas date, October 7th, 4 months, 1 week, 0 days. Again, Terror 41. Seven months and 2 days. This is from her birthday to June 1st, yeah? January 3rd. Remember, terrorist and mental health 61. Is there another? Oh! Sure, it weren't logged in my brain cells. Again, Jesuit Order 72. I did just say 7 months and 2 days. And I was thinking, was there something that goes with that? And it was on the next slide. So 7 months and 2 days from her birthday to June 1st, right? When she set sail from Sicily. You ready? Freedom Flotilla equals 72. Interestingly, I know it's not without the coalition bit, but you know, it's still interesting considering what we're looking at here. We did mention a 54 before. The 54th prime is 251, and if you do Freedom Flotilla Coalition, it is 251. So go figure on that. Oh, I'm so glad I'm saying this right now. Remember Hamas 24? Remember the initial situation 2023? Hamas October 7th happened on the day of a life lesson of 24, and then this year, when it's all in the news, June 9th with Greta Thunberg, it's literally, or almost, you know, it's got a lot of snap with the same numerology and life lesson, you know, when you look on it side by side. Again, life lesson 24. Again, Hamas 24. Is anybody want to take a wild guess what Greta equals, please? Yes! 24. Greta equals 24. Yeah? How you doing? Yes. Hold on, we have to play this one on this piece here. Yeah. Yeah. We have to play that little part there, how you mean? Where's my Donny as well?
Got your ass.
Got your ass. It cut off. I didn't have it on the loop. Oh, you're still sleeping? Oh, you what? You not wake up? Yes. We have to call up Uncle Reggie anytime, you know. I see somebody snoozing in the back. Wake up, class is in session. You see me? Yes. Right, let's keep it moving. Oh, hostages held is 201. Oh, and 69. Hostages held equals 201 and 69. Held hostage 49. Right, let me help with this now. So again, scripted bullshit by the numbers. Is that the end of it? It might be the end. I think that's the end. Right, we can quickly move on because I want to quickly scroll back now. And then we're going to watch videos now anyway. Let's get the video up quickly. One of the channels, I can't remember the name though. Hopefully it's on the screen. Fair use, please don't strike the channel. I might be still in that little fucked up bit because of cyber waffle. Oh, cyber waffle. It's funny he ain't put out no videos since, excuse me, the last 4 months. I was burping. But yeah, he ain't put out no videos concerning. He's got 2 channels. He's got Cyberboy that deals with a lot of, you know, games industry stuff, and then he's got Cyber Waffle UK. Yeah, I call him Cyber Cunt Waffler UK, aka Globlin Globe Grifter. He ain't put out no videos since I was on him, and there was a video that I partially watched some of it the other day from somebody that was calling him out on his bullshit. Done a good job. And it's funny that that happened at the same time. And I only recently found this video. And again, I've just put it on the community wall post. But it's very interesting that he's got no, what did he have? He had globeware that he was doing. Yeah. And I was like, look at this Globlin Globe Grifter. Again, he's not tackled anything that I've said. All he's done is dance, bubbled and weaved and done all this type of stuff like he's some agent in the Matrix, you know, when they move fast when you're trying to shoot them. Them times I'm catching him with all the haymakers. he thought he's he thought he was leaning back like Neo doing the limbo in the Matrix. Nah, you have been, you know, obliterated. Lights out on the canvas. You got birds tweeting going around your head. Knocked out. And all he did was gaslight, in the sense of when he did respond to me with no video, when he done one, his initial comment back to me, and then so many weeks later when he tried to strike, well, he struck the channel down over a thumbnail. Give me a break. A thumbnail, you know. Imagine that. Imagine I lost the channel over a scumbag and just a thumbnail. Wow. Anywho, it's funny, if you go on his channel, he ain't made no videos concerning. And then one of his last community wall posts, watch him. Oh, I'm gonna make this channel a bit more. Basically, he's gonna bring some of the computer stuff that he might talk about from his other channel over there. He's gonna look at other topics now to do with, you know, like an airliner. What is it? The M3, whatever that disappeared. You know, the plane, which is highly suspicious. You know, it's by the you know who's. Yeah, just like all the planes coming down 2025. I mean, do you not think that's by the you know who's? Give me a break. But my point is, again, why be such a scumbag? Even if you was a scumbag, Cyber Waffler, right? And you know you're a scumbag on that note. But with all that we've brought forth, have you not got the brain cells? Because remember, you can't make a video to say, oh, this number stuff is garbage. What's Audio Oracle talking about Cyberland, Zombieland variants? Think about what I'm saying to you. You can't find one video that can take me out and have me on the canvas with Tweety Bird going around my head, tweeting. Whether it's the numbers or True Earth. How comes you can't do that? So let's keep it moving, yeah? Let's quickly watch these videos, and then after the videos, I'm gonna we'll put up the what's it called on the screen. The comments that was left. What should we quickly do them now? Do you know what? We'll quickly do them now because they was waiting. Then we'll watch the videos. So just give me 2 seconds here. Get a quick bit of background music. So yeah, man, it's a shame these people, they can't get beyond themselves and be like, what? Do you know what? There is a bit of F3 going on in the world. Do I want to live in a world, a dystopian future? Do you know what? These lot aren't getting the views they deserve. Even if I don't like him, do you know what? I'm gonna learn the rule of thumb and I'm gonna show it. I'm not even gonna shout them out. I don't care if you shout me out or not. I don't care if you reaction video me or not. I don't care if we join forces or not. What I care about is getting out the message. Can you help getting out the message? You've got a bigger fan base. You attract on both your channels a world of more views than I'm gonna ever muster up. Can you help the cause going against the grave? Or are you just gonna keep being a shit cunt like FTFE, Craig McNeil, McLooney Toon, Dave Dumbass McKeegan, this one, that one? Like, what are you doing? Hello? Right, so you know, it's not a good look, people. So let's quickly get to the impossible. Yeah, physically impossible. Absolute nonsense. Just quickly get this before we get to these videos. Shout out to Logical Observation. Obviously not living down under. Good day, mate. Struth. I was a fan of Neighbours growing up back in the day, I'll have you know. I used to love watching Neighbours growing up. Right, this says here, on the 1972 Blue Marble, you can't fit all the other right, come on now. It don't make sense. And then somebody like now, the photographer Dave McKeegan, he will come and say, well, you know, it's the perspective style and the lens type that they used on the camera. Make it make sense. America literally fills up the whole blood clot globe when they show you, you know, the blue marble. But then when you looked on it unwrapped, you know, like if they're going to show you like a heat map of the world, or they're looking at other stuff and you see it like and it's all flat. How does that fit on the ball? That can't fit. How does that fit? Exactly, Logical Observations. It's just beyond fantasy. And again, while they, again, I have to quickly say this, you know, cost of living and all this other stuff that they're doing under their rule and thumb, right? While you're just trying to get on and just live day to day and get through, they want to give you cost of living and all merigmarole of a whole bag of bollocks. And remember, aside from all the inflation and all the other stuff going on, just remember the space program alone, from India to Eurospace Agency, ESA. So you've got India, China, Russia. SpaceX isn't, you know, doing their own independent stuff. They're all under. They may come under the guise of, oh yeah, man, Elon, oh man, we're, you know, doing this for the people. We're going to get to Mars and Starman in the car, and you know, we're gonna tell you. What did he say again? You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. You know, the quote from Elon, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. You know, we put Starman in the car. But anyway, my point is, how much do all these bodies get from taxpayer? NASA alone gets about, you know, 70 million a day taxpayers' money. And as I always say, look at that passive income that they are getting. So now let's add them all up. NASA, SpaceX, this one, that one, India, China, Europe Space Agency, the ESA. Well, they want to readily have you on lockdown, put out, oh, we're going to conscripts. We're going to have a new alarm on your phone. Oh, it's wartime. Blitz sirens going on. I ain't moving no bumper clock wear unless it's the real fight, the front line. Shit, I can put my boots on. Otherwise, I ain't going nowhere. What? Could you imagine me like a fool? Jumping up last year's Southport riots. Partially, some of it is obvious. Oh, okay, cool. But then you lot ain't upgraded your brain processing, your thought process. Yeah? If you're not chanting the shit like what we're saying, along with the other stuff, They're always going to buy you off, you know, put you on the naughty step, metaphorically, and treat you like a child. And that's why I always say the government will foster all its children. Don't matter if your children live with you or not, the government have fostered you. Yeah? Well, some even wait for the other Sky Daddy to come. No, Jesus is coming down in the sky. You know, you got people waiting for Sky Daddy. Or some Allah Savior. Nobody ain't coming. You are what you are waiting for. So, you know, suit up. You know, Avengers assemble. You get me? The Gematria Avengers and whatnot assemble. And let's do this. And you don't have to fight fire with fire. All you need to do is wake up and put a knot in the pipeline that goes to you metaphorically, so these scumbags can't suck, you know, the vampire, you know, leeches, you know what I mean? The vampire suckers, they're just, you know, vampiric sucking energy, gaslighting, narcissistic, sociopathic, megalomaniac scumbags, all right? So if you put a knot in the pipeline and partition away, ignore them. They only benefit from your attention. And that's why I say, it's going to cost you if you're not paying attention properly. So, humans of all colors and creeds. Again, I don't like people, love humans. People are the problem. People are stupid, people are dumb. The only way we can save humankind is not being an NPC and fight the power. Raise your fist up in the air saying, hey. If you know the song God Made Me Funky. But I'm being serious at the same time. We can be water to the fire. You don't have to be fight fire with fire now. So anyway, you going on to the before we get to the video in about 2 minutes or a minute, logical observation goes on to say, let me change that background music real quick. He goes on to say, you are seeing Africa on the 1972 blue marble, and on the other side you would need to fit all of North and South America, Canada, Europe, Russia, Asia, Australia, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, etc. Exactly. It's crazy. And as I said, and when you look on it now and zoom in, they copy and paste the clouds. Why are you copy and pasting the clouds? Shouldn't it not just be a real photo, not a image? Because, you know, people get crossed over with images and photos and CGI. They love an image. Trust me. You know, or they show you something from, picture from Jupiter, right? Or the blue marble. But if you're with the untrained eye, you just, you know, you won't even look at it properly. So those that are on it, holding it onto scrutiny, you'll be like, oh shit, hold on. Isn't Jupiter is current stormy and gaseous and all this stuff, and the eye, you know, you got the red eye on it and it's always moving. So how come the one that they showed from 2005 is the same latest one that they released in 2020 or whenever it was? Huh? I thought it's a new picture. But if we overlay it, you can see it's the exact same picture. Like a fingerprint, right? Just like when Elon went to re-land, you know, the rockets that come down, you know, it comes down, you know, the rocket by itself. And then you've got the barge. It lands on the barge in the sea. But it was the same one they used before. Because obviously, like a fingerprint, the waves are never going to be the same. So every other second, the waves are going to change, right? So it's going to be a fingerprint. You get a still image. So how comes if I freeze framed it, as I showed before, from their last, you know, rocket trip, you know, they're going to test, you know, the big rocket or whatever rocket that they got. I can't remember the names of them. You know, Elon Musk, SpaceX, you know, they got the rocket stuff. They're testing stuff. Or if they send in something up to the ISS to connect the module to this thing, and, you know, they've got their stuck astronauts pretending to be stuck in space. They've got stuck astronauts. And also, quickly, if it's such an amazing feat to build the structure of, you know, the miraculous feat to build a fucking ISS, why is there no footage of it being constructed from start to fucking finish? Make it make sense, people. One of the most amazing, I'm doing air quotes here, one of the most amazing feats of mankind. And always remember now, you're doing corkscrewing, following the sun's moving 550,000 miles an hour. Again, 500,000 miles an hour. Yeah, allegedly. And we're chasing the sun via its gravitational pull. Gravity, as we call it over here in our circles, right? Gravity. Yeah. So the Earth is chasing the sun while the sun's going 500,000 miles an hour, right? While we're allegedly orbiting the sun, going 66.6 thousand miles an hour on an elliptical orbit that speeds up and slows down. And somebody noted what that equates to. It's basically slowing down and speeding up in the range of 2,500 miles an hour. Yo! This is absurd. It's absurd. And remember, they didn't bring in chasing the sun, corkscrewing through the cosmos until the early 2000s. And as I always keep pointing out, with all that looking in space and allegedly going to space and slingshotting around the moon and landing on the moon in 1969 and all this type of stuff, how did you not know he was corkscrewing chasing the sun? Right. We're going to watch the video in 20 seconds. Well, maybe 20 seconds. Let's get to this one. Did I show this one already? Oh, yeah. I just spoke about that. Right, and exactly. So they're hanging out, doing their spacewalk. How is it even? And then they'll say, oh, because there's no air, there's no friction. Come on. Just make it make sense. It doesn't make sense. Yeah. Why don't we see different stars if we've orbited around? So it's 360 going around the sun, so to speak, right in a circle. In 6 months' time, going through the seasons, why don't we see different stars? We see the same exact stars every day. Never changes. There's no parallax with the stars. Don't know what parallax means? Go and look it up. When things in the foreground will move at a different speed from things that's closer to you. Why is there no parallax with the stars? Why, if you watch a time-lapse footage, as I've shown before, the time-lapse of the plane, and they changed it on Google Earth, they changed it, but they used to show it how it would look if the alleged bullshit was actually true, right? Which would mean if you're following the Earth, going on the plane or whatever boat or whatever, if you're just traveling in a direction, obviously then the stars will roll back over your head as you're moving forward, yeah? Makes sense? So you're going around the ball, yeah? Then the stars will then be going over your head as you know what I mean? Go past the Big Dipper, the Milky Way, whatever astral belt, this thing, that thing, you know what I mean? But that doesn't happen. It only moves and rotates so much. Yeah? So go figure. Why would he only do that? Move and rotate only so much. And of course, you can do the time lapse with Polaris. So you can get a perfect 360 and you can see all the stars. Do a 360 with the time lapse as it streaks. Make it make sense. Because that wouldn't be possible if we're moving on the heliocentric model. Yeah? Crazy. Right. Search Forbes break. Oh yeah. Oh no, what's this one? Search Forbes breaking news. Spacewalk for footage of a spacewalk done at a standstill. It is at a 5-minute. Oh, let me get a screenshot of that to remind me. I'll do it after we watch the videos. Only the indoctrinated, brainwashed, and delusional believe we are spinning through space whilst hurtling at, ludicrous speeds and motions all at the same time. I just had to add that in while chasing the sun. Exactly. Absolute buffoonery. If you just joined, we are going to watch some videos in a moment, so give me 20 seconds. Right, exactly. I'm going to have to can I get that? Oh, I can't copy it from there. I'm going to have to go to my YouTube channel And I'll have to see that link that you left there. Because on StreamYard, it doesn't do it like on when you're on YouTube. You know, it's highlighted blue or whatever, and I can just go to it. You can't do that right now. So and I'll have to download it. Is it under 10 minutes, the video? If it's under 10 minutes, I can download it and I'll watch it. Let me know. Is it under 10 minutes? If so, I'll quickly go to YouTube while we're watching the video, download it and do all of that stuff so I can get it ready and prep the video for you guys. Exactly. Space Fast. Right. This is the last one here. Right. Disney Pluto. The dog's head outline is in the... Yeah, if you didn't know, they discovered the planet Pluto in 1930, the same year that Disney came out with the dog Pluto. And what's funny is, apparently you can see the silhouette, which, you know, with the photos or pictures going, images, I don't know, you know. I haven't looked on Pluto myself personally through a telescope. But anyway, whether it's a photo or an image, it is interesting that you get a silhouette of Pluto, the dog from Disney. So make of that what you will. That's what I always tell you, man. They're going to be going to Uranus to look for gas. Uranus. They're always making jokes, like the other science one that they had, the science guy, and he said, "Oh, look at this space photo," and then a few days later, he said, "Oh, it's actually like like a pepperoni or chorizo, whatever the sausage, that type of sausage is called, like a pepperoni." They do it all the time. All the time. Oh yeah, man, we're looking at this distant planet. These times you don't know they've inverted the colors and changed the contrast of something, which was just some oil painting. But you don't know it was an oil painting. But now you're like, oh, like how I used to be. I used to be just fascinated. Oh my God, that looks amazing. Wow, look at that constellation. Listen, I was first in line. Amazing. Then I left it thinking, oh, you know, I don't know what they're doing, even though I'm looking at all this Illuminati stuff. And I put off looking at True Earth versus Globe Earth for nearly a year when my friend said to me, you need to look into that. And I'm like, wait, that nonsense. What do you mean flat Earth? Nonsense. As soon as I looked on it, I said, oh. I said, hello. I said, holy shit. How easy it is to just give away your senses and then people to just force feed you garbage. It's 25 seconds. What's this one? According to NASA, the closest star to Earth is 25 trillion miles away. Or is that light years? Chorizo. That was the name of the sausage. It's like they're always giving you clues. Like when they say, oh, the ISS, they found plankton on the ISS. How is plankton going to get through all that atmosphere from the sea? Now, I know the cycle of stuff with the atmosphere and, you know, the water comes down and it's the same water, evaporates, then it rains down. You know what I mean? In that sense. But are you taking the piss? A bit of plankton from the ocean. It went all the way up. And they found it outside of one of the modules. I can't remember the specific module. And if it's the module I'm thinking about, it's the one where my man said, what is it again? It's like it's got like a ring, like a ring bearing thing. Because the guy's saying from Smarter Every Day, if you go on this channel, Smarter Every Day, and he's asking Don Pettit, the fake astronaut, and he's saying, how does that work? Because the opening of the window thing, or how that you move that bit, it works from inside. So he's saying, how does that ring bearing, how does it keep the pressure inside the module? And then my man said, oh, well, if you have a leak, you have a leak. This is what the astronaut Don Pettit said back to Smarter Every Day. Oh, well, if you have a leak, you have a leak. What? That is as bad as looking at them when they do. Give me your 30 seconds. I promise we're going to play the video because all these things are just quickly coming in my mind. But that is the equivalent when you look at the nonsensical wiring that they've got in the ISS. Think about human safety now and look at the wiring, how crazy the wiring is. And why am I pointing that out? What is it they always love to do on the ISS? They love to play around with water every minute. Allow me, I tell. They love water. Oh, we're doing a little water nonsense. Nah. Yeah. Oh, we got coloured water. I mean, what are you even doing up there? Like, what are you eating? What? Right, let me get to these videos, man, because this is just top tier buffoonery. Unbelievable. So again, don't forget about passive income, cost of living, how much they get every day to give you nonsense. So let's get to these videos now, yeah? Right, I don't know if... Oh no, the first one ain't got no music. Let's get to this one here. Shout out to Leo. All right, we're going to watch one from Leo, aka Level Earth Observer. If you haven't checked him out, go and check him out, subscribe, let him know how you got there. If you do, leave a comment. We're going to quickly watch this one. Let me get this off the screen before we begin. And then after this, a couple of videos here, probably about 10 minutes worth of videos. Then we'll get to the breakdown and the death of Admiral Byrd. If you don't know who that is, we'll get to Admiral Byrd and why that's important concerning the flat earth stuff and how he died. We've got some interesting parallels in the numerology stuff to look at. Right, so another nail in the coffin here, and this is one that I've been calling them all out on for the longest time, and they will never address it properly or say, oh my god, you know what, that doesn't make sense, because these people are Globlins at heart, whether they're paid to do it or not, and for the most part, as I like to call them, turbulence trolls. Yeah, so this is something I've called them out heavily from Facebook, all different platforms. I was on him, Simon Dan, and of course you could never put out a video to get back at me or reply to me in the comments properly or anything like that, or ghost me, right? That's what he did, he ghosted me. I expect this fool. Let me get my Skeletor voice on. Right, bam, take it away, Leo. Wrong video, that one comes next, my bad.
The globe earth fraud. Today I'm going to destroy the globe earth theory, and I'm also going to highlight the two top boys for the globe, the two top representatives online, aren't about truth. Most will know that anyway, but I'm going to spell it out for the newbies who perhaps are on the fence looking at this subject. One, we're going to destroy the globe, and two, we're going to highlight the globe's top boys here, like I said, aren't about truth. If anything, is quite the opposite.
Yep.
First up, we got Simon Dan, the globe's top boy. Dan's going to highlight the contradictions that reside within the globe earth concept. These contradictions are going to make it obvious for all to see that the globe earth theory is physically impossible.
Yeah, boy.
Both ways, guys.
Time and time again, the flat earthers always say, but can you feel the earth move? Of course we can't, because we're in constant motion, which according to physics means we may as well be stationary. Constant uniform motion means we do not feel it. And it is the same as saying that we're not moving.
So Dan's just stated we're in constant uniform motion, it's the same as saying we're not moving. But now listen to Dan as he has to address the other parts of the story that are associated with the globe earth theory, the contradictions.
The orbital velocity of Earth gets faster and slower as it orbits the sun because of its elliptical orbit.
Once more, sorry.
Time and time again, the flat earthers always say, but can you feel the Earth move? Of course we can't, because we're in constant motion, which according to physics means we may as well be stationary. Constant uniform motion means we do not feel it. And it is the same as saying that we're not moving. The orbital velocity of Earth gets faster and slower as it orbits the sun because of its elliptical orbit.
So we've had the #1 online globe representative there highlight for everyone on Earth to see that the globe earth theory is physically impossible, just based on its own stories, which contradict each other, and as a result highlight to even the most naive and gullible that the globe doesn't work. It can't be in constant uniform motion if it's speeding up and slowing down as it goes around the sun. Remember, we're only
Exactly.
addressing a couple of the supposed speeds. We haven't even got to the silly speeds. We don't need to. Because just what we've shown today has highlighted the globe's impossible. And it's only going to get worse now as I tried to get Dave McKeegan to address what we've just seen here, to test him, to see if he was about truth and honour in his eyes. Because if he was, he'd want to get to the bottom of these contradictions, these problems for the concept that he defends online.
Yeah.
So having had several comments ignored in the comment section, admittedly, of other people's videos, where I asked Dave to address what we've just seen, what I've just highlighted, and all the while Dave's been banging out ridiculous propaganda videos, I had to put it on him in his own comment section. Why aren't you highlighting Mandan's lies? You've been asked several times to address it. Instead, you keep pumping out ridiculous propaganda videos like this. Dave's response: still awaiting your explanation of the EQ mount challenge. Now, I'm guessing that's a video he's done, but I think my response perfectly sums it up. Does your EQ mount refute physical reality? No, it doesn't. So why would I entertain something irrelevant to my claims? Will you be highlighting Dan's lies in the video? No. The EQ mount proves physical reality. It just disproves your idea of a reality, which is why you run away from it. Physical reality isn't an idea, Dave, and your EQ mount obviously doesn't prove something that's physically impossible. The fact you've gone this route rather than address Mandan's lies is incredibly telling. None of these people are about truth. If they were, they would address the contradictions within the concept that they defend online. They can't do it, they get paid very handsome for it, so perhaps that creates a bias. But of course it turns these individuals into grifters at the very least. We've had the Globe's #1 representative, and of course another top boy, Dave McKeegan, here highlight the template the top Globers use online, and it's not honesty. It's not truth. It's not truthful. It's not honest. When you want them to address the contradictions within the model, they want to talk about irrelevant stuff. They do not want to address the problems regarding the globe Earth concept. Because if they have to address the contradictions, they have to address the fact that globe Earth theory is physically impossible. They don't want to do that because the grift will be up.
Exactly.
If you're on the fence, I've pretty much spelled it out in the most simplistic form I can. The people who represent the globe aren't about truth. They can't physically demonstrate it. In fact, a lot of the time they demonstrate how ridiculous the globe is, the very thing they defend, by highlighting the issues like the double standards, the contradictions. You cannot have it both ways, and we're only talking about two vectors there as opposed to all the other ones that go with the globe Earth concept. It just gets more and more ridiculous. The people that represent it are ridiculous. Granted, they get paid very handsome, which is why they do it. But they're defending things that are impossible, and as a result, they're pushing suffering on humanity. Whether they realize it now or they get to realize it later, I don't know. The game is up, the grift is up, the globe's physically impossible, and we've had Globies spell it out for everyone to see here. The tactics they use, the dishonest approach, and the contradictions that reside within this concept, and the fact those contradictions highlight for all to see that the globe's physically impossible. Can't spell it out any easier for you guys.
This video is for the people that believe everything that NASA and the other space agencies show them or tell them. I'm sure all of you know that Polaris is the North Star. Any night when the sky is clear, I can see Polaris with my own 2 eyes. No telescope or zoom camera necessary. NASA will tell you that Polaris is 434 light years away from Earth. Now, I'd just like to remind all of you that each light year, according to NASA, is equal to 5.8 trillion miles. So that would be 434 light years times 5.8 trillion miles. That's just ridiculous. What I want to do now is to help you realize just how ridiculous this is. NASA's Space Shuttle program formally ended on August 31st, 2011. But for shits and giggles, and as an example, let's just say that NASA still has their Space Shuttle program, and we want to take one of the shuttles for a spin to Polaris. According to NASA, the space shuttles could travel 17,500 miles per hour, which means they would have moved at 5 miles per second. The average bullet travels somewhere in the vicinity of roughly 2,000 miles per hour or more, depending on the gun and ammo. And you know how damn fast a bullet is. Yet, a spacecraft can travel over 8 times faster than a bullet? It's complete bullshit, just pure science fiction. Traveling at the speed of 5 miles per second, it would take us 37,200 human years to travel just 1 light year. Now take 37,200 human years and multiply it by 434 light years, and it would take 16,144,800 years to travel to Polaris in a space shuttle. Of course, anything slower than 5 miles per second would take even longer. The bottom line here is Polaris is not 434 light years away, and spacecrafts are not traveling at 5 miles per second because NASA's narrative of space does not exist. There's no fucking way we can see something with our own 2 eyes that would take 16,144,800 years to travel to. NASA and the other space agencies are lying to you. If you really believe Polaris is 434 light years away, then I suggest you consider checking into a mental institution.
Alright, we'll quickly watch one more from the same people there. What's it called? Howdy Productions or something? Shout out to them. I just saw your message as well in the chat there. I did put it on the screen, you probably saw it. But yeah, the link that you put, we're watching that very video. Shout out to Dr. What was it? Bass backwards? Or was it again? Ackwards? Dr. Bass Ackwards. When I read that, I just feel like it's last name over, first name Ben or something, like it's one of them jokes. Be careful when I read your goddamn name. Shit. Oh, but yeah, man, shout out to you. I haven't seen that specific, put it on the screen quickly. I haven't seen that specific video, but I may check it out later today or something. Yeah, man, these lot are some characters, man. They have no shame. And as I say, there's no shame in realizing, do you know what? I thought one thing, but it's not. Or I was a specific type of turbulent troll, paid to do it or not. And do you know what? I'm not really all for going with the grain anymore. It's time to go against the grain. These people are scumbags, etc., etc. So that's why it's just so crazy how these people still hold up the fort and fortify their way of means and just still have the audacity. I'm putting out a video, I'm going to live stream, or I'm going to do a debate. It's like, what? Come on, man. You lot have got some serious front, like, you lot have got some serious front. Them times you did it up, side your head. You did it up, side your head. Metaphorically, YouTube, all right? Not literally. And Right, let's quickly play the next video. Boom.
I want him to rebut the specific
Admiral
falsification of the globe, where we see things from hundreds of miles away that should be obstructed by literal miles of vertical curvature, including silhouettes.
Pick one thing. Pick one thing like that. Okay, so that is the question.
Okay, the question is, why do we see too far? And the answer is, we don't. Sorry, they're all lies. Every time you do a picture like that, you're lying about the distance, you're lying about the elevation, right? The altitude from which the picture is taken. You're just lying, right? All of these things.
What is the picture you're talking about? Is this a picture where it's like, oh, here's a mountain that's
they just take pictures and like, look at this thing that's so far away, we shouldn't be able to see it. Or like, here's the Chicago skyline from across the lake, well, we shouldn't be able to see it. They're just always lying. They're just lying about the distance. They're lying about various.
Bro, those were everyone I showed was from a professional photography website that has nothing to do with flat Earth, with all of the information listed.
Austin,
your model doesn't claim that the distances are wrong. That isn't your model's answer.
No, you guys just lie. You guys just lie. That's all it is. You just lie about how far away things are and how high.
It's a professional photography website. It has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Well, can you share one so people can see what you guys are talking about? Please?
Yeah, sure.
Anyone you want, as long as Dave agrees that it looks good. Share one that you think, Austin, that you think. I'm trying
Dave
to,
is not a professor. Dave is a fraud.
Supports your position, and then Dave can debunk the photo, or he can share his criticism.
Not a professor, Dave.
So this
fraud.
was the world record at the time. It's been beaten now for the longest line of sight photograph ever taken. This is a mountain called Pic Gaspard. Okay. And it was, so now on a globe, if I look out, the Earth should be curving and blocking things in the distance, similar to how I can't look around a corner, right? Like if I look, it's like looking at a hill. So if based on your height,
taken at 12,000 feet though, right?
Correct, right. So what you do is you pull up Earth Curve Calculator, you put the observer height in, and then it'll tell you where the horizon will be, and it'll tell you how much of the target hidden height there is. So this is from the Earth Curve Calculator, official calculator. And if you look at it, the observer was 9,000 feet up. The target hidden height, meaning how much Earth curvature should be there, is 16,000 feet. And the top of the tallest part of the mountain is only 12,000 feet. That means the top of that mountain should be 4,000 feet below Earth curvature.
Okay, and then Dave, what do you say to that?
Two things. One, I cannot verify any of those numbers. Those could absolutely be fabricated by you. And number two, we're not doing any of the math. So those are two things that are not being verified. If the numbers were true and if the math wasn't fudged, then I would say, okay, there's probably some kind of atmospheric effect or some kind of thing that I am not aware of that is making us see a little bit further.
Now, I'm not a fan of Witsit, but he presented about 10 different pics, and he had the numbers on the pics from an Earth Curve Calculator showing things that we shouldn't see on a globe, Professor Dave. And what was your explanation for all of this? Well, it's all lies. You lie about the distance. You lie about the elevation. You lie. These numbers could be absolutely fabricated. We're not doing any of the math. You're lying. You're just a bunch of liars. If the numbers were true and if the math wasn't fudged, then there would have to be probably some kind of atmospheric effect or some kind of thing that I'm not aware of that's making us see a little bit further. A little bit further? Are you fucking serious? With you, it's always excuses. With you, Simon Dan, Booger Eating, Fight the Flat Earth, McToon, and all the rest of you Globers. It's always fucking excuses. Atmospheric conditions, temperature, refraction, blah, blah, fucking blah. The Earth is so fucking huge. Blah, blah, blah. Even giving you the benefit of a doubt on things like refraction and other atmospheric conditions, you'd still be seeing things that you shouldn't see on a globe, Professor Dave. According to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who should be a hero to all of you fucking Globers, doing a live presentation about the Red Bull jump. He's telling you that at 128,000 feet, which is 24.2 miles above the surface of the Earth, there's not any curvature. That stuff's flat. That's exactly what he said. And he also, on a recent Joe Rogan podcast, said there's no curvature to be seen at even 62 miles above the surface of the Earth, which you guys call the Kármán line. If you'll go look at all those Jeff Bezos Blue Origin flights, you see curvature out the windows of every one of those from the space capsules. You're lying to us. They're not seeing any curvature there. Hell, they probably haven't even been there. I mean, you guys just keep lying and lying and lying. Here's the bottom line. The Earth always measures flat, and that's everyone's reality, whether they want to admit it or not. Hell, just look at water. 71% of the Earth is water. Water doesn't curve and water doesn't bend. There's no proof of that whatsoever, and you can't have a sphere when 71% of the water has no curvature. And no, Professor Dave, a drop of water, a meniscus in a glass, or waves in the ocean do not prove the oceans are curving around an imaginary globe.
Exactly.
If that could be proven
Exactly.
100%, then there would be no one saying the Earth is flat in the first damn place. You have to have
Exactly.
curvature to have a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. And yet there is no curvature, and that completely debunks the spinning space ball hurtling through a vacuum.
And also, on a ball, no matter where you are, basically, what proves the flatness, the plane that we're living on, hence why we've got a bed of clouds and it's not a beanbag, as I always say, right? It wouldn't keep rising up. Yeah? You wouldn't get the type of vanishing point that you get, so to speak, if it was really a ball, because everything's always dropping down away. You wouldn't have the road rising up to eye level like that, or keep going even if you got a special camera and you can, infrared camera, etc., or whatever the case. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't keep rising up. At what point does it not start balling up? I mean, come on, man. You know what I mean? Jesus, how much flats, what's it, square per mile or whatever? Like, how much flat surface before it turns into a ball? Like, this is ludicrous, absolutely crazy. How much flat there's before it turns into a ball? Like, how does that work? These people, man. Right, let's get to Admiral Byrd now. Right, all of that as well. Exactly. That stuff is flat. Yeah, you said, howdy, Dub Production, this is your mate. Oh, wicked. Nice one. It's your mate James from North Carolina. Oh, yeah, Globe Skeptic. I know that one. I think I might have come across the Sonic Warrior one as well, maybe. But yeah, definitely come across Globe Skeptic. Is he sometimes in Nathan's after show? Because I always catch like the after show, because I don't like, catch any of the main debates, or I'm not like a paid subscriber or whatever to catch the main stuff. But I know Nathan Oakley does a lot of after shows, right? Right, let's quickly look at Admiral Byrd, who said there was more land. After setting sail and, doing his thing at the time. This is, I can't remember. What year was the expedition? Probably in the 1950s. I think it was in the 1950s, because he died 1957, March 11th, which we're about to get into. His full name, Richard Evelyn Byrd IV. He was born October 25, 1888, Winchester, Virginia, US. He died age 68, 1957, March 11th, right? Give me one moment here. So, hold up. From his... Well, they say he died of a type of heart attack, right? They say he died of a type of heart attack. Now again, and of course he's well known for the whole Antarctica situation, yeah? And hold up here. Just getting me bearings quickly. Just checking these slides before I... Give me one moment here. Did I have an 82? Anyway, Antarctica equals 36, right? Antarctica equals 36. And again, he died March 11th, yeah? I'm sure that's what I just read. Let me just get that one more time so it's logged. Right, so yeah, he's born October 25th, died March 11th, right? Now, what's interesting about his death, he died on a day with a life lesson of 36. 3 add 11, add 1 add 9, add 5 add 7, right? Equals 36. Does anyone want to take a wild gander? What Antarctica equals, please? Yeah, 36. Antarctica equals 36. He died on a day with a life lesson of 36. Not only that, it's got a numerology of 90, right? So 3 add 11, 19 add 57 equals 90. Antarctica equals 90. So again, the day he dies, on a day of a life lesson, a 36 numerology of 90, and Antarctica equals 36 and 90. Wow. Again, Admiral Byrd, yeah? Not only that, they say he died via a heart attack or something like that. I just lost what I had. Oh my god, where's it gone? Give me 1 sec here. Heart attack equals 36. What was the life lesson when he died again? What did Antarctica equal again? Not only that, heart attack with the 36, and again Antarctica 36. Again, numerology 90. Again, life lesson 36, numerology 90. Heart attack 36, Antarctica 36, numerology 90. Antarctica 90. Anyway, heart attack also equates to 72. From his birthday to when he dies, 7 months, 2 weeks, 0 days, 72. 7 months, 2 weeks, 0 days, 72. Heart attack equals 72. Again, what are the odds of that? Oh, let me see this quickly. He is Sonic Warrior and Power Talk. Don't think he goes in. Okay, you don't think. Alright. Cool. Nature calls. But yeah, man, what are the odds of that? Ooh! Antarctica also equals 72. So we got the 36, the 90, and we got the 72. We got the heart attack 36, and we got the 72 with heart attack. I mean, come on. What are the odds of this? What are the odds? That is a dub plate right there. And if there was any Freemasonic affiliation, it's 4 months and 2 weeks from 1956 birthday, October 56. Again, he's born 25th of October. But anyway, if you do it from his birthday 56 to when he died March 11th in 57, 4 months and 2 weeks. Again, Freemasonry 42. We've got a 33 in there as well. Alternative span 137 days. Again, the 33rd prime. But yeah, that is a dub plate right there. Oof. That is a dub plate. How is it not? Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Bum, 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 bum. That is a dub plate. Low hanging fruit. Da, 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 da. Yeah. Don't join the army. Don't let them recruit. Da 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 da. Yeah, so they say it was heart failure. He died of heart failure. Did I get that down in the... Hold on, let me see if I wrote that down as well. So anyway, yeah, they say he died of a type of heart failure at his home in Boston, the 11th of March. And if he was lying about it, of all the days for him to go on as well, if you know the Talmud, Baba Kamar 113a, where it states about they can get away with lying to the Goyim, which is the people, treating them like cattle and meat, and expendable because there's another nincompoop NPC to, take the reins, generation to generation, right? And with the idiocracy, which is clearly taking place. But yeah, 11th of March, the same day that they declared it was a national scamdemic after it was doing its thing from January in 2020, right? When it blew up in the mainstream news. January 21st or 22nd it was, right? Yeah. I'll never forget the next day on the 22nd, they said it was to do with bat soup and wet markets. And remember, bat soup and bat equals 22. So again, 22nd of January 2020 with C19. And then a couple of months down the line, as we're getting circling back around to Admiral Byrd's day of death, 11th of March. And again, it was 11th of March when they declared it a global scamdemic. And was it coronavirus pandemic that equals 113, if I'm not mistaken? I can't remember right now. But anyway, just always remember all the words that equate to and that go with the passage from the Talmud, the book that they go by, Baba Kamar 113a. Again, where it states in a legal setting, they will, have their way to those that are susceptible to the lies and deception and don't care. So once you're in their legal, the legal system that they've erected, but always remember, if you write out the number 4 dishonesty, that equates to 113. If you write out politics 113, perjury 113, divorce 113, again, from lies and cheating, you're probably going to get divorced by that, right? Divorce equals 113, not true 113, not factual 113, bullshit equals 113, mainstream 113. We're speaking about also NASA and what have you, right? And whatnot. They love a bit of green screen 113. There's a few more that I'm forgetting just now, but So the 68-year-old Mr. Byrd, a graduate of Harvard University, who was a young naval officer, escorted his father on a journey to Antarctica in 1947. Apparently died of malnutrition and dehydration, the police said. Said he lived his life in the shadow of his father, the Admiral and Arctic explorer. Again, Richard E. Byrd or Admiral Byrd Jr. They say he lived in the shadow of his father. Also an admiral and Arctic explorer was founded last week in the darkness of an abandoned warehouse in Baltimore. His emaciated body, clad in dirt, blackened clothes, and one scuffed shoe, the police there said yesterday. Body was discovered, excuse me. The body discovered Monday by custodian who said he had chased Mr. Byrd and another man from the area on September 28th. According to Detective Charles Gilbert of Baltimore Police Homicide Squad, it was unclear, the police said, how the elderly member of a prominent Massachusetts family had come to wander and sleep in an area of warehouses in factories in the city's Hampden section. Hampden, excuse me. He was just wearing a shirt and pants and one shoe. And they all looked dirty, Detective Gilbert said, adding that the custodian who had chased Mr. Byrd and the other man recalled that they had booze with them in a paper bag at the time. Getting on the lash. As you do. I think that's it for Admiral Byrd. We'll get up to... We'll quickly do... Man, what's his name? Stormzy. We'll quickly do Stormzy. And there might be a quick couple of off-shots as I'm moving through the slides. I've a couple of things to say quickly. Right, we've done Greta. Still a good bit of that I didn't go over, but I went over the main bit of it. So, right, quickly before we get to Stormzy, as we go through the slides here. Knife horror, schoolboy 14 stabbed in Manchester Street before screaming, "I don't want to die" is pictured. I might have mentioned this before somewhere. Not today, but yeah, you know, the post time. 38 minutes pass again. Death, murder 38, found dead 38, words like cancel and destroy 38, deletes 38, drown 38, killing 38, knifing 38, and more. But yeah, man, no surprise that they put a story about death up, about the 14-year-old unfortunate's passing and the situation. Two boys, 14 and 16, arrested on suspicion of murder. But yeah, man, of course they're going to put it up at 11:38. Again, death, murder, etc. 38. What else have we got here? And then the same story goes on to say if the 14-year-old girl and the 37-year-old woman were arrested on suspicion of assisting the murder. All right. Not a good look, people. What is this? Who is this? Is this one of those? I probably went over this already. Hold up here. You know, there's been a lot of the rapey stuff in parks and whatnot that we've been covering, and we're saying, okay, are these all organic? If you're not up to speed, just go and find those transmissions. Thank you. But I just saw something that I wrote. Hold up here. No, don't worry what I was thinking. I got confused with something else. Excuse me. So schoolboy Ibrahima Sek, 14, was the one that was found with the stab wounds and was rushed to hospital but sadly passed away, right? Oh, comments have lit up here. Let's quickly read the comments. What's this here? What's this say? The Zionist Jews are the real... All of these people. Anybody in the midst of being a Zionist, Jesuit, you know, regardless of color and creed, if you're a part of that, you are the enemy. Yes, it certainly does. I haven't said that today, but it certainly does. National Aeronautics and Space Administration equals 666. And again, orbiting 66.6 thousand miles an hour around the sun, allegedly. The tilt of the ball on the axis, even though it's just how it's tilted, if anything, basically in correlation to Polaris, that's the tilt on the sky, not that the ground is tilted and you're on a ball that's tilted. But when you do it, I'm sure the remainder is 66.6. And then, of course, you get, what is it, 24 hours a day. There's another 6 there. 2 and 4, 6. 60 minutes. 60 seconds in a minute. 60 minutes in an hour. Yeah, and then the 24 hours a day. So there's the 666. The Truly is Satan's playground, man. Is dying with one shoe of right, all of that as well. Yeah, exactly. You know they love a one shoe. They love one shoe symbolism. Maybe not so much in recent times, but yeah, that they love that one. One shoe. Could be. Definitely could be. And we did have a 42 link as well. You'd have to rewind the video to get the date duration, whatever it was, with Admiral Byrd. I'm sure we had a 42. And we know Freemasonry and Saturn, Zionism equals 42. Right, let's have a quick look at this person's name then. Knifing 43. Ibrahima. His first name. Sek 38. His last name Sek. SECK 38. We just spoke about 38s and knifing and that. And the initial post time of the story. Give me a break. Again, his first name Ibrahima is 43. Knifing and killing equals 43. I think the road he was on, maybe I don't know if he ran down this road first and then he got to Nevin Road, or he was on Nevin Road and then he ran to Nuthurst Road. Nuthurst Road Park, excuse me. Anyway, Nuthurst Road Park equals 207. So knife 27. Again, just showing that same old consistency of numbers around people, situations, landmarks, and places. And is there something causing a spike and an amplification in people to just, go crazy and spaz out, not think, literally be emotionless and not thinking about repercussions of anything and just, and we know it's a whole rigmarole of things, from what's in the water to the food, the drink, the air, chemtrails, movies, media, music and whatnot, religion, games, computer games, you know what I mean? Call of Duty. I'm only gonna respawn. Oh, let me do that death kill and that close quarters stabbing move and catch this guy. Stab, and in 2-2s, you will have kids that, rather than just being vicarious through the music, through the computer games or through the movie, for whatever reason now, and then more than likely, for the most part, it's going to all allocate to the numerology and the polarization of days running parallel to their name, and or if they're the perp or the victim and what have you. You know what I mean? So again, for those that don't want to understand the simple concepts, which is clearly playing out in the reality, you're the problem. Just like your Simon Downs and whatnot, all this type of other stuff as well. These people. We need less of your cyber boys and all, you know what I mean? And some of these people, as we know, they know better. They know exactly what you're talking about. But because they're on the grift, because they're on the XYZ, but as I say to you, they can be a great proponent and a catalyst for change, but what do they choose to do? Let alone not even allowing their subscribers to maybe have a different perspective on things and say, wow, guys, you need to check that out from that, again, it doesn't have to be my channel per se, but, referring to the Gematria community, whatever, check out that Gematrian, check out that one, check out Zach, check out boom, 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 boom. Or if you don't want to shout us out, do it yourself. But my point is, look at the disservice you do to your own subscribers. That could be, the next Trinity, the next Morpheus, the next Neo. And because of scumbags like FTFE, Cyber Waffle UK and whatnot, now you're now dampening the light of potentialness for these people and of all ages. You know what I mean? And colors and creed. Don't let me have to get my Greta Thunberg on. How dare you? Uno uno. What you need to do is pack up shop. Let me turn it to DMX. Shut up now, no. Oh, no. You pussy y'alls have to go. You get me? What you need to do is pack it up, pack up shop, and fuck off. Yeah, or you need to rebrand what you're doing and come correct and go against the grain. But as I always say, I can only do so much, and I don't expect any change. So let's keep it moving. Only a neophyte would expect change. Nature is what it is. It's good and bad all at the same time, and nature doesn't care. Hence why there's no Sky Daddy. That's nobody's coming to save you. You're supposed to save yourself so then you can actually try and save each other in unison. That's what's supposed to be happening. But because you lot are so long, they will podcast and talk a whole bag of la 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 and jibber jabber about a whole batch of other shit. Oh, you didn't see the comment I left there? Oh, okay. Did the app not work that I added you under the video or in the title of the video? Or community whoopers? Where are these people? And then the strays that actually come along in the minus. Huh? I don't get it. What's this that we're talking about? Or they'll talk about, oh yeah, man, don't you know how to? They're going to like, there's a rule of thumb, code of conduct to like set up, you know, to go on somebody's channel or come on my channel. Like it has to be through emails or something else. So, hey, you know, I'm live streaming literally, you know, you can easily join the stream right now. Even Cyber Waffle. Can we hear from Cyber Waffle? Can somebody give him a shout right now? Go on his channel, give him join the stream. It's not a war campaign against you as an individual. It's a war campaign though against your type of thinking and how it's like the cancer of the planet. That's what I'm against. I don't know you personally, fool. How dare you strike my channel down? Because you were so butthurt. You was beyond butt, and the spanking that he got. Was top tier le creme. That was a chef's kiss. Le creme de la creme. That was top tier. Mwah. Yeah, all you had to do was respond properly and come proper, but you chose to be a pendejo. So that's what you got me. Yeah. Luckily, there was only one video that survived because I didn't use your name in the title, I don't think, or there was no thumbnail, which was the great video where we watch some videos and we do the breakdown for the the nonsense that was an astronomer that said that he thought he saw an asteroid coming close to Earth, but it turns out it's the Tesla Roadster with Starman. Uno two lie with them one another. They just chat so much shit. Then when I start pulling up videos to do with the you know, the trajectory orbit of where Starman in the Tesla car and the Roadster is, apparently it's not meant to come back around until somewhere like 2099. So how comes it's come back so quickly? You lot are full of shit. Not to mention all the numerology that went with that as well. Come on. If you're not up to speed, be sure to watch that entry. Yeah? You can easily find it if you don't want to quickly scroll back in the live stream tab. You can find it under the Globlin Globe Grifter playlist for Cyber Cunt Waffle UK. You got body bagged easily by default. You know what I mean? I love this. And it's not that I want to do this to you, brother. That's your doing, fool. You had a chance to come and resurrect and be proper. You get me? But you chose to carry on and chat shit. I can't find it quickly. Where art thou? Oh, I can't see it. Where is that? Oh, I can't see it. Why can't? Oh, there it is. There it is. You bring that right to the top. So just in case of, I know you can have them silent watchers, so they might come after the stream. Yeah, whoever it is, but if you're one of those type of Globlins, again, it's not an attack on if you believe the Earth is a ball and we can't have a chat or get along, or I wish you the best in life. I'm on about these type of scumbags, yeah, who clearly
Got to be a fool.
Yeah, and furthermore, as we run now, it's a bit far, but you know what? Let's quickly put it up again.
Got to be a
Can we get there quickly? Oh, a bit out of sync, but
Got to be a fool.
Yeah, you have to be. Right, what's this here? Again, if you haven't watched the video I shared from They Live Truth about the anomalies concerning the India plane crash, from the angle that the guy comes out, the guy that said he lost his brother, and all the other anomalies, be sure to watch those videos. He did two. I'm not sure if I short. I'm not sure if I shared both of the videos that you put out. So if it's not both on the community war post, be sure to go on his channel and digest what he's got to show over there. He definitely did a good to decent job. So shout out to Russian Vids, if you know him old school like that, which I certainly do. Shout out to Russian Vids. What is this? So yeah, they've got crash evidence. New game changer vid of Air India jet reveals cause of crash as emergency device spotted before disaster killed 270. Wow, that's a whole heaps of people. If you have just joined, rewind the stream. We have been watching videos and breakdowns, and then more videos, and then more breakdowns by the numbers and stuff. So be sure to catch it. Just saw the viewer count spiked up as I looked over at who's in the transmission right now. Right, what am I looking at? What is this date? Why am I looking at this? Oh, I don't know what I'm looking at. What is that for? Fuck. I don't know what that is. What is this? What is this? Oh! There's a famous lady in the UK. Famous worldwide, Western world, definitely. Was it Aggie and Kim? Was it Aggie? Her real name is Patricia Woodburn. Patricia Mary Kim Woodburn. Or Patricia Mary Woodburn. No. Wait. Did I do a typo? Or is it just Kim Woodburn? Am I getting confused? She's the person and her friend. They did the famous show in the UK. And maybe, I don't know if they took it elsewhere. They could have done it in other places in the world. But it was called How Clean Is Your House? Yeah? How Clean Is Your House? She died recently. We've got some numbers for that. Remember, we still got to get to the McLaren guy that died the other day. Famous McLaren guy in those circles of motorsports and McLaren. He must have had about 50 McLaren cars. And ones that, exclusive ones where only 5 or 6 are made. He was also attached to the watch Tag Heuer, if you know the watch brand called Tag Heuer. We're going to get to that as well. We're still going to get to Stormzy and the film called Big Man and why it was released on that specific day and whatnot. So just hold tight for that. How long have we been going? Ooh, 2 hours, 50 minutes. It's all good. It's all good. It's got to be done. So, Kim. Right. So, hold up. Have I got her birthday? Let me see if I got one of those slides up here. Oh, why has it moved? Let me quickly pull it up. I'm pretty sure it is, but I'll quickly pull it up on Google. Right, Kim. Yeah, Kim Woodburn. So it must have been Kim and Aggie. I think the friend was Aggie. Yeah, so she died. No, yeah. Born 25th of March, 1942. She died 16th of June, 2025. Died at age 83. And then between her birthday and death, 83 days. Now, I'm not saying there's some what going on, because it's not always that all the time, even if you are in the limelight. But yeah, murder. I'm not saying she was murdered, but we know the type of words that go with 83. But yeah, of course, it can be a given, just in an organic way, right? So she dies at 83 with a span of 83 days from her birthday to her death. Again, from the 25th of March to when she dies, 16th of June. That's Tupac's birthday, right? 16th of June, I'm pretty sure that's Tupac's birthday. And Dr. Savage, I'm pretty sure that's his birthday. Shout out to Dr. Savage. If you haven't subscribed or checked out his great wall post that he puts out, be sure to dial in. Okay, so I'm not sure if there's an illness that we've got to factor in as well that she may have had that might have contributed to her death. Give me one moment here. Let's look at my notes. Zooking at my notes. What else have we got here? Right, can't see anything off the bat with the life lessons or the numerology. Let's have another look. Nope, can't see shit. Alright, let's keep it moving. Now, Patricia. Oh, hold up. Maybe I'm chatting shit. Hold up. No, don't worry. Right, so Patricia. Hold on, I'm getting confused. Okay. So, stage name Kim Woodburn, Patricia Mary. Let me go to the Wikipedia. What was she born? She was born Patricia Mary Mackenzie. I'll quickly get a copy and paste out of that, just in case I didn't do that as well from my notes from before, weeks ago. But yeah, we'll have a look at that if I didn't punch that in, if I don't see anything on the calculator screenshots that I got here looking at in my gallery. As we go through the slides. So anyway, Patricia Woodburn, right? 99. So from when she dies to her next birthday for 2026, so again from 2025 of her death, June 16th, to what would have been her next birthday next year, 2026, March 25th, 9 months, 9 days. And Patricia Woodburn equals 99. Yeah. Go figure. 99. What else have we got here? Alternative span 40 weeks and 2 days. She was born in 1942. Now, I think they wanted to say she had a type of short illness. Just looking at my notes here. Because on my next slide from the calculator, I've got short illness and illness. Illness equals 99. And 27. In the news article, as I look at this screenshot slide here, it says, goodbye Kim Woodburn. How clean is your house? And celebrity Big Brother star dies at age 83 after short illness. And the update time is 27 minutes past the hour. Illness 27. We just spoke about 9 months, 9 days. Again, illness 99. Again, the span of from her death to what would be her birthday next year. 9 months, 9 days. Again, illness 99. Patricia Woodburn 99. Again, they've got an update time in the news article from The Sun. It might have changed now because it is the update time. But again, 27 minutes pass. And as I already stated, illness 27. Oh, it's a different story now. Mum of charity boss found stabbed to death. I think I need to look up some extra stuff for this. Oh, and do you know what? Let me quickly punch in before we move on. Just quickly. I did say I'll quickly punch this in the calculator, right? Let's quickly chuck this in here. If I can find the calculator, all these tabs. Where art thou? Then after I punch this in, I'll quickly check the chat just in case somebody said something. Or somebody's in the background ready to join the panel. Could have Cyber Waffle there. Who knows? We could have Simon, Dan, Professor Dave, you know what I mean? Or a tribe member that's on, you know, on the frequency vibration that we're on over here. You know what I mean? Who knows? Surprise me, right? For by the time I get back in 2 minutes or a minute. All right, we're just waiting for the tab to load up the calculator here on the Gematria. Shout out to Derek who built this specific, you know, cipher decoding calculator here. Again, he came across Zach's work back in time, 2016, around the same year I found Zach, and the same year I looked into True Earth, which was actually at the same time. But yeah. And he said, what is this nonsense? And then he said, oh shit, he's onto something. And then he said, you know what, let me help the cause and build a calculator. And he does put out information as well, so be sure to check out Gematria_85. Yeah, GEMATRINATOR, Gematria_85. And of course, if you want to use the calculator, that is the one you find when you go on your browser, Gematria.com. It's also a blog site as well. It's not just the calculator. There's other stuff going on in there when you look at the features and stuff that it's got there for you to, you know. Right, so let's punch in her name. And let's just do it without the middle name, just to see. Nope, can't see anything. Last name Mackenzie. Nope, can't see anything. Right, let's keep it moving. Right, who's in the chat? Anybody in the back in the green room? Come up and have your say. Always remember, anytime I'm live streaming, you're always welcome. Even if I haven't mentioned it, or put a link in this in the pinned comment or whatever to join. You're always welcome to join. Now, more familiarities here. Let's quickly change this background music. Bing bang. Almost Big Bang Bush. Let's do this one. So I think I need to do a extra lookup on this just to see. But murder probe, mum of two. You're right. So a charity boss, mum of two charity boss found stabbed to death in house after it exploded. No, I'm thinking of another case. This isn't the woman that was because I know one got stabbed that I saw the other day, but she was like a movie director. I'm sure this one they found a guy through whatever forensics or CCTV or something like that. So again, condolences as always in these type of crazy cases that pop up. Unfortunately, so much now, from the news and whatnot. But anywho, so there was a gas explosion. Man's been arrested. Mom of two charity boss found stabbed to death. I'm not sure if we're going to have screenshots to maybe speak more about the story to get more context with certain parts and avenues and the narrative for what's going on. But anyway, neighbors heard massive bangs before firefighters arrived at the scene. So maybe this scumbag that chose to do whatever to the lady tried to cover their tracks maybe and burn the place down or something like that. They might have, set something up for the explosion to take place, moments after they leave. Like they do in the movies, if you know what I'm saying. But yeah, what is the initial post time and the update time? 42 with the post time. 42 minutes past. I'm sure stab equals 42. And then the update time is 27 minutes past. I mean, come on, man. Knife 27. Mum of two, Annabelle Rock, 46, was killed in the early hours of this, horrific day. And again, condolences to friends and family. So again, Annabelle Rook, 46. I'm sure Stabs is 46 as well. But she was killed in the early hours of that unfortunate day after suffering severe stab wounds before her terrace home exploded and caught fire. Goes on to say some 45 fighters were scrambled to the scene to put out the blaze, which started an hour after neighbours heard massive bangs from the peaceful family home in Stoke Newington, North London. 2 children aged 7 and 9 were taken to hospital. Again, she was a mum of 2. 2 children, 7 and 9, were taken to hospital as a precaution, but are not currently believed to have been in the building during the explosion. Well, that's if that's her children, excuse me. I might be wrong. It might be just in the vicinity. Miss Rook was the co-founder and head of the refugee and women's charity Mama Suze? MAMASUZE. One word, M and S is capitals for the charity name. And it goes on to say she had worked with marginalized and displaced people for more than 2 decades. So she'd been doing this for 20 years. Neighbours in the leafy London suburb told The Sun they heard a massive bang before paramedics came and attempted to resuscitate Miss Rook on the street outside her £1 million home. Is this the same bit here? We might speak about this later or in a different stream about this lengthening surgery. Crazy. I ain't that tall, but I would not I would not get no leg lengthening, nothing. That's crazy. To me anyway. So at Mama Suze, we strive to create a joyful, inclusive space dedicated to enhancing the lives of women and children who are survivors of forced displacement and gender-based violence. We build a strong community through offering diverse workshops in different art forms that nurture creativity, foster social connections, and rebuild confidence and identity. Goes on to say here, the Metropolitan Police said a woman aged 46 was found inside the property with stab wounds. Oh man, did I not put her name in the calculator? Hold up here. Okay, I've got another story before we even get to this next one with another stabbing situation. Let me just put Annabelle Rock in. It might come up in the slide, but I don't want to go forward in the slides and it's not there. So I'm just going to quickly punch it in quickly, just to see what was with her name, right? Because that's what we do around here. You don't like it? Go on, skedaddle, fuck off, go on. Blue, Arrivederci, Avidazain, Sayonara. Fuck your Oscar. Or do it yourself. Alright. I saw we deal with the tingling. Around here, sir. I saw we deal with the thing. Right, what was her name? It was Annabelle Rook. Annabelle, you see? Annabelle Rook, equals 45. Come on now. Knife 45. They update the time of the situation. What was it? 27? Knife 27 and 45. How many times have we seen this? In the thousands, tens of thousands. Do you know how much I've covered over here? Remember, 10 years since covering this for myself. Next year, October 2016 was when I found this information. But I only started putting out video information or doing this with this info video form via YouTube or whatever, or Rumble. March 9th, 2019. So again, I'll be 10 years true earther and a Gematria come October next year, 2026. So go figure. Again, do you know how much I've covered, let alone the community? I mean, give me a break. All right. I mean, Annabelle Rook, 45. Again, there's a type of predisposition, you know, and then people are just playing out their roles, whether you're, whatever the case may be, good or bad, or, you know, forthcoming purple, forthcoming victim with the unfortunate stories that we have to cover on the daily, so to speak. But clearly there's something, you know, there's like a predisposition that goes in with your code and your way of nature that is playing out here. So as I always say, which I'm going on to say, I don't always say it, but I say it here and there, you know, would her family find some type of comfort in knowing shit? Then maybe look at the numbers and the numerology around her. Maybe it was meant to be. You know, through the higher power of everything else, whether you done self-deletion, whether you did whatever it is. You know what I mean? Whether you're doing Sunday football and you scored a specific goal and you're like, oh shit, I found this numerology, oh shit, I was definitely meant to score that goal that day. Or, you know, lose, defeat. Whatever it is, man, there is definitely a code playing out. But as we're focusing on also, is it being manipulated and amplified? Why is it every flipping minute, knife crime, 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 like... And as we know, knowing this information can be a great antidote to, you know, this poison and the madness that's going on in the people's minds. Because when you don't know what's going on, you don't know where, why, and what you are, and you're just being grinded down to a pulp. You're like pulp, and you know what I mean? You know, when you grind down fruit or something, you know what I mean? It's just pulp. And then now they reshape your mind into a whole bag of fuckery type thinking, and you don't realize how much it stagnated your growth mentally, spiritually. Of course, then you're gonna spaz out, so to speak, in accordance in specific ways. So again, it's happening objectively, but of course subjectively. And that's why I keep pointing out, where's the mental health abuse damages check that's owed to every woman, man, and child? Yeah, so again, can we get the information out? But you know, I don't expect it to go anywhere. Right, on to this next unfortunate case here. We got... Where's my zoot as well? It's been marinated since yesterday. But actually, it's been marinated for a few days. Through the heat's on, I literally just need 2 pulls here and there. Put that back in the ashtray and I'm good literally for the whole day. I'm nice. Any more than that, I'm gonna knock out, mate, because this heat is a bit crazy. It's not that I can't deal with heat, but we know they spray the sky, and obviously it's gonna keep the heat in if you're spraying the sky and doing all that fuckery up there, which affects us down here in more ways than one. Never forget, it rains, it pours, it goes down to the pores into your skin, then it goes into the fauna and food that you eat. Yeah, so plant, vegetation, then the cows, sheep. Yeah, So again, if they're changing the terrain of your mind whilst changing the terrain of your body, and then you're wondering why people ain't thinking straight, people ain't thinking properly. Yeah, come on. Not to mention all the E numbers, all the fuckery that they put in the food for last stability. I mean, it's absurd how these people just get away with all of this fuckery. It is, wow. It's astonishing, man. Absolutely. So, gruesome find. Evil killer butchered girlfriend before severing head. I mean, you gotta be just, you know what I mean? Whatever to just happen to like a light bickering, even if there is a little, you know, I'm not permitting it saying it's good, but you know what I mean? Anything beyond the little, I don't know, man. Because I'm not saying I condone, you know, argy-bargy as such, but I'm saying from bickering to crazy shouting to, you know, hands-on, if you may, right? For whatever way, for however it can go down through parties, you know, male and female, or same-sex, because, you know, you've got a lot of same-sex stuff going on. But my point is, to sever the head of somebody that, you know, whether it is your ex-partner, or you don't want them moving on, or, you know, you're living with this person, and how, you know, however it goes down, how does it lead up to dismemberment? How do you get there? Wow, that's fucking beyond crazy to me. Like, wow. And this is why it's good to study and do a little, you know, psychological studying. Note from yourself first, look at the environment, look at the world and the conditioning and what's out there, and, you know, the causes of some of this type of stuff. Again, you're not always going to find out and understand and know, but, you know, you can get a small piece in a chunk to say, okay. And then it will also help you, so you could note stuff coming on in the horizon. Oh shit, you know what, I started talking to this person, but I kind of clocked this and I clocked that. You know what, block, delete. See ya, toodaloo. You know what I mean? That shit can save your ass. So, you know, note and definitely watch certain programs or movies. I need to finish off Hannibal, actually. I was watching Hannibal. You know, I'm just going full in. Balls deep. Hannibal. Let me watch that shit. With, what's his name? Mags Mikkelsen, whatever his name is. Megs or Mags Mikkelsen? It's got Lawrence Fishburne in there. You know, Morpheus is in the show as well. Dexter's coming back as well soon. I need me some Dexter, yeah. They need to make a new Luther. I might rewatch that. I haven't seen that in a while with Idris Elba. I like that show. I'm gonna have to watch that again. But yeah, man, you need to study this shit. And the megalomaniacs in charge. Top tier psychos, government, and those that control government behind the scenes. Anywho, so gruesome find. Evil killer butchered girlfriend before severing head and trying to dismember her at Scott's flat? Was it Scotland flat? Or could they not just write Scotland? Anywho, he also pretended to her mum she was still alive. Oh, he did one of those ones. Holy shit. Is this the story? Is this the same one the other day? And I downloaded the PDF to get the fullness of what the judge was saying, you know, to the person, because they didn't highlight the fullness and how gruesome it was. It was one around Christmas and the black guy, and he just switched. I mean, other things factoring in because drugs and whatever else, but this specific day, and he had the girl's stepson there. Oh my God, what he did was brutal. And then he went to the neighbor's house. Imagine, you're chilling at your neighbor's house now, right? You don't know what's going on with this individual in their property. But as long as you know, before you even look for the spy hole, you look for the spy hole. Oh yeah, man, he's cool. I was with this person yesterday, and, you know, we had dinner and blah, blah, blah. You know, the day before Christmas Eve, and now it's Christmas. And then now you're chilling, doing your thing with your spouse, right? In the house. Then your woman, she goes to the front door. Oh, look, it's whatever his name is. Oh, yeah, man. We saw them yesterday. Let's let them in. You know, we're, you know, the evening time now. We're having a drink and blah, 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 blah. And 2-2s, you can't see what he's holding in his hand or how bloody he is. 2-2s, now he's in your house now. Before you now, the hubby, the man that's about to get married or whatever, your woman's now getting it. Absolutely getting it. Doesn't survive. You get slashed up and whatnot, but you make it. Like, imagine that. That man has killed off. Yo, this shit is crazy, yo. Yo. Absolutely crazy. I don't think this is the story right here. But it might be. It might be. And if it's not, I'm not going to be surprised if it's, you know, another one. But yeah, the update time, because I can't remember if he did the pretending stuff and pretended to be the girl for a couple of days while the corpse was still there. I can't remember. Anyway, we're going to get to that. But look, the update time is 38 minutes past. Come on. There's even a Kill 59 in there. Kill 59 is in there as well with the initial post time. Because it is 10 to 10. 9:50. 59. No, I'm not trying to stretch and push it just to get a number. Because there is certain ways you tell the time, right? And it's kind of backwards reversed in on itself. But anyway, update time is 38 minutes past. So go figure on that. Again, a knifing, killing, found dead, collapsed, even words like drowned, cancelled, destroy, etc. equal 38. Stabs 38. Did I say knifing? Yeah, I did say knifing, didn't I? What's the lady's name here? And look at the perpetrator. And this is why we need... The only way you're going to clean this shit up is if you have... You need it to just be Judge Dredd. No fucking about. If you scrap all the longevity and just paperwork and blah, blah, blah... If you just bring in Judge Dredd type, yeah. Now I'm not saying you can't get some shit that might not be good for it because you're gonna have pros and cons, but in a good sane world, right? That's my point right now. We can get to any fucked up or anomalies that might take place after, but you know, just off the bat, get go. Yeah, it would be great because it would be a major deterrent. A major deterrent if it was Judge Dreddy. Trust me. I am telling you. You're not safe because you're government or anything like that. If we find a preponderance of evidence, just like I can show you a preponderance of ongoing evidence, and even things that hopefully don't happen like next week, Monday, that we've been pointing out. Again, if you just joined and you haven't watched yesterday's stream, very important stream for a potential blackout. Next week, Monday, 7/7, 2025. Be sure to take note and take heed and share the video. Most importantly, there's no point in me just making a video to just sit here lying stagnant. As I say, if that is what's going to happen, well, there's only so much I can do, right? So I'm one man, one tiny community. It's on you to do your bit. Just like an infomercial in Blood Clot, Starship Troopers or something like that. Are you doing your part? You get me? Yeah, we need to step on the bugs. The government is the bugs. Yeah, and stupid thinking needs to be eradicated. We need to quash compartmentalized thinking, yeah, and cognitive dissonance. It's the only way. Now, evil UN Methven, Mithven. So UN, like Ewan McGregor, the actor, UN. Evil UN, well, which would make sense because this is the one that was in Scotland, right? They said it was in Scotland, UN. Anyway, how old is he? 27. I'm 27. What equals 27? Do I have to go over it for the bazillionth time? Knife equates to 27. Unfortunate in this situation, the victim, Phoenix Spencer Horn, double barrel last name, Spencer Horn. So Phoenix, condolences to Phoenix, and you know, let's hope that the Phoenix rises again, you know, reincarnation and all of that jazz. So let's hope that You've risen again in another realm. I'm not back to this realm. And, you know, hopefully you are higher in the totem pole. And all that's good stuff as well. Again, condolences to friends and family of Phoenix Spencer Horn. Now with this one, Ewan Methven. Again, I don't know if he was on meth or anything like that, but his last name is Methven. He was employed by the Royal Mail, and Phoenix held part-time jobs at both the Strathaven Hotel and a local coffee shop. Phoenix had been working on November 16th. She was described as a person in good spirits, and Ewan, the scumbag, had texted her during the shift complaining of feeling lonely due to her hours. So, you know, they got different hours, they're not seeing each other and all that stuff like that. So anyway, the postman had also been working that morning. He told a colleague he was then going to go home and chill, right? Goes on to say, Ewan Methven ordered a takeaway that night, and the couple ate when Phoenix got back. The young woman had contacted her mum at 9:37. Again, knife man. So in the time that, you know, he's going to do all this stuff, or, you know, around those times, coming up to midnight or whatever. Again, knife man 37. But anyway, the young woman had contacted her mum at 9:37 p.m. stating she was at home having dinner. Yeah, the court heard this was the last communication she had with her daughter. It was around midnight that a downstairs neighbor heard a loud noise and hurried footsteps. Fucking hell, long. Methoven. Hold on, I'm reading the wrong bit. Hold on, I took the same screenshot a couple times. So I don't know if he gave himself in via police phone call or suspicion from the mom and all of that stuff, and then the police finally went there a couple of days after. But anyway, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure. So November 16th, and then of course just into midnight, into the 17th when the madness took place, but in police custody or whatever by the 18th of November, right? Anybody want to take a wild guess what the life lesson was when he gave himself in, please? What was the time she called her mum? What did knife man equate to? Again, the day that he gave himself in, or when he got caught or whatever, 11 at 18, 2 at 0, 2 at 4 gives you a life lesson of 37. Knife man equals 37. Hey, does anybody want to take a wild gander? How many days are left in the year as of November 16, please? What does knife equate to? And I'm not talking about 27. 45. 45 days remaining. Oh, and it's on a day, it has a day numerology. Again, day numerologies will never change because it's just the month and the day, right? So 11/16 equates to 27. So there's your 27, knife 27, and it leaves 45 days of the year as of November 16th. Knife equals 45 and 27. Again, the perp, Ewan Methven, the perpetrator in the situation from Scotland, was age 27. There's a science to this, man. I'm telling you. Wax and wane cycles. Predisposition. It's clear to see. It's as easy as learning your ABC. Simple as 1, 2, 3. However that goes. Sorry, I might have said the wrong words there, but. Right, so. Ooh! What day did it happen on? Or it start to happen? So, you know, across into the 17th, but, you know, the situation started from midnight. I mean, from the 16th. He wanted to go home and chill. He probably put on a little cough and, you know, said something to his employers at Royal Mail. Let me go home early or whatever. But anyway, Ewan, E-W-A-N, that's his first name, equates to 16. Badum. 16th of November, ladies and gentlemen. Are you paying attention? Ewan also equates to 43, like knifing and killing. Again, he's the perpetrator here. Don't see much of his last name just now. As I'm having a look. As I've got on my Gematria goggles. As the pupil dilation allows me to zoom in as we hold things under scrutiny. And as we look at the science of it all. Because the maths is mathing over here, yeah? Again, the maths is mathing. This ain't teleology. What was his one times business again? What was his name again? The used to be actor who played War Machine, who kind of left Hollywood, or did leave Hollywood. What was it? Terrence something? Terrence. But anyway, the maths over here. The maths is mathing, yeah. The maths is mathing. What are we looking at here? I'm presuming we're looking at when you got sentenced with this date. July 14th, 2025, going back to when you got arrested. You got 34 weeks. If you include the end date, you got overhang of 1 day. But anyway, murder 34. Why is he going to get sentenced and go down, right? Murder 34. Ooh! His first name was 43, was it not? Remember, knifing, killing 43. Ewan. EWAN. His first name equals 43. And the day. Remember, he had the 16, right? With the romantic takeaway meal night. 16th of November. And then on the 18th, when the police would have got to him, on the day that leaves 43 days of the year. And his first name leaves 43. I mean, come on. Let me just quickly double check. I'm sure his first name, yeah, his first name 43 and 16. And again, knife crime, I'm sure stabbing and stab wound equals 29. And the day numerology, 18 at 11 equals 29. Again, stabbing and stab wound equals 29. I mean, what are the odds? Alright. What? Oh, why has I got that date there? Was there a couple of days of the hearing, or shoot? I do that sometimes, you know. Or sometimes I forget. I might have up the Met Police or the Crown Prosecution thing, but I might forget to screenshot some stuff. And also, I'll have stuff up on the tab, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to make a video about it, am I? You know what I mean? And then 2-2s look at me now like, oh shit, I haven't got what I need. So, as I say, I'm sure if you check out the Crown Prosecution Service and look further into it, you'll see these dates will pop up. So you can get more, you know, reference, and, you know, for the reference check or whatever. But I'm sure his name, we had a 33 there as well. Last name? Yeah. Meth then equals 33. 33. Alright, we're not going to stay on this much longer. What's this one now? Oh, that's back to the mum of 2. What's that one? Look, they've got her one up now. Look, 11:38. Sick moment, Varyob shouts. Oh no, this is a different thing. Excuse me. This is might be in Ireland. I know there's been a lot of argy-bargy protesting and people throwing Molotovs in people's property of, you know, people that are foreign or whatnot. I'm sure fight equals 38, and here's the initial post time talking about flame chaos. Sick moment, Varyob shouts, F foreigners setting families' home on fire in racist riot carnage. And then, yeah, they've got the initial post time of 38. I'm pretty sure fire equals 38. And of course, we know fire can kill and cause death. You know, death and murder, 38. Yep, fire is 38. Just looking at my slide here. Couldn't help but notice, had to quickly take a screenshot of CT, aka Chaotic Truth Live. Couldn't help but notice he was doing the Phi, Psi, Phi, Alpha, Omega fraternity thing. I don't know if he had his song that he likes listening to. Must be the money, or he had another song playing. I'm pretty sure. This was on the video. Is this a pattern? Chaotic Truth unpacks FB18 violence after Utah tragedy. So if you go to that video, I'm not sure for a timestamp, but you will find him doing the thing when they stick out their tongue, put one hand up, turn it like they're basically like they're flexing a peck. But if you turn your hand out, so your arm comes in like a Z, right? And then you open your fingers. So basically, like if you're doing a shadow puppet, basically just open your hands up, right? Open your hands up away from your forefinger on your thumb, open it up. And that's what CT's doing, showing you he's definitely been through fraternities. You know, he's not just doing that for fun, sticking out his tongue while doing his arm pose at the same time simultaneously. If you know the pose, you know the pose. It's like Alpha Phi, Psi Phi, Alpha, Omega. I can't remember some of these fraternities' names, but that fraternity is Black Greek orientated, aka Boule, which is the black department concerning those type of fraternities. Facts. And what color is CT? Chaotic Truth? He's definitely black. So that is interesting. Who was that UFC fighter? Who was that? I don't know if he fights anymore. Saint Preux? He had like a GSP, how he used to say his name sometimes, like with, you know, just the initials. It might be Saint Preux something, but I can't remember what it is to say the initials. But yeah, he was a heavyweight? I don't think he was light heavyweight. Hold up. No, it was light heavyweight, because I remember that was around the time when quackalacking, sellout, eye-poking drug tree, can't get it together, keeps driving into women and leaving people in the crash, and ducking out from the crash on foot, and ducking out from a fight with Tom Aspinall in the heavyweight division, UFC. But yeah, I think he was light heavyweight. Because, yeah, that was when John Quackalacking, ducking, gayest of all time, you know, is the GOAT, gayest of all time. You know, he likes to get thrown around in the swimming pool by men. Or John Jones is on the back of a motorbike, smelling men's hair, driving off into the night looking ultra sinister. Oh my goodness. I'm not saying you can't enjoy your life if you know about that song there. Is it Toki Monster? I love that song. Enjoy your life. I actually found that song funny enough, because they was playing it. Was they playing it on it was like on the interval. I was watching one of the UFCs about a month ago, 2 months tops. And I was like, oh, I like this funky house kind of tune there, you know. And then one day when it's got one of those sexy guitars, you know, how it's got the guitar riff just doing its thing, it's like, oh, that is a bit, oh, I need that one. And then I quickly found who it was. It's by Toki Monster. So if you type that in YouTube or whatever, Toki Monster, I'm sure it's a Asian lady, Oriental. She can make some sick tunes. But that particular one, I personally like it. If you like house music, you will definitely like the song. Enjoy your life. It's a tune. Dun, dun, dun. I love that song. That was instant download. Thank you. But yeah, I'm sure it was light heavyweight division anyway. It wasn't heavyweight. And that's when he got done for more. When John Jones fought Saint Preux, the fraternity guy, because he did that same gesture, what I'm talking about with Chaotic Truth. That's why I'm quickly saying this. But yeah, I'm sure he fought Saint Preux guy, and then he fought Daniel Cormier, and then he got busted for drug treating again. Right, who's this now? Jaswell. Who's this? Jaswell. What is this? What is this? What am I looking at here? Man who murdered 2 women. This is the one. This is the one. Oh my god. This is the brutal one. Man who murdered 2 women on Christmas Day, jailed for life after smoking crack cocaine. Jaswell Brown sat quietly while his son Jake came to visit. Right, his son Jake came to visit the home he shared with partner Joanne Pearson and her dog Tilly in Bletchley, Buckinghamshire. Right, so Joanne Pearson, the unfortunate victim, and then you had the neighbor. Who's that in the chat? Yeah, GSP, but you had another guy. He used to be in something St. Preux something. It was a black guy, light heavyweight. And he used to do that Alpha Phi, Psi, Alpha Phi, whatever it is, fraternity gesture. They usually do it with 2 hands. So remember, if you do your arms like the letter Z, and then you put your arms out, your hand out, separate your thumb from the rest of your hand, right? They do it actually with both arms, and then slight turn to the side of their head sometimes, but they stick out their tongue. Can't remember his name. Something like St. Preux something. But yeah, like a GSP, George St. Pierre, they used to say his name with the initials as well. It was a black guy. And every time he used to do it, I'll be like, you see, he's from that fraternity. But yeah, this is the one right here, man. This is the brutal one. Again, I'm not gonna go through what they didn't go through properly in the news article because it's so brutal. My mouth was literally on the floor. I'm reading it. I'm like, fucking hell. Again, if you just type it in, you may get like a PDF download. That's what I did via the Crown Prosecution Service. Again, Jaswell Brown with the, may as well call it knife frenzy. Killed off his woman. The dog survived, luckily. I think he even stabbed up his own son as well, maybe. Can't remember it all, but then he went across the way to the other flat, stabbed up the woman. The boyfriend's trying to defend it. They're about to get married, like that. Imagine that, though. Oh my God. And by default, you're just going to open your door, after looking through the peek hole, as I already stated before. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I saw such and such yesterday. Oh, it's Christmas Day. Oh, I'm already merry and bubbly. Come in, come in. We've got extra food here left over and more food for the evening and some sexy desserts. And the time you probably open the door and all turn your back because they're coming in, you know who it is. You're walking off 2-2s now. Fucking hell. Or even if you didn't walk off, you open the door, 2-2s, you've got a knife in your neck, jugular vein, pumping, biggest vein in your blood clot neck. That's why vampires like to go there and sucky with them one another. You get me? You know what I mean? That's their sustenance. What's conducive for them. But anywho, just imagine that, man. Fuck. That's scary to think about, man. That is fucking scary, man. And that's why, like, the layer of, you can only know somebody so much. You know what I mean? No matter how nice or friendly or whatever the case may be somebody comes across, you only know so much. You don't know what's going on in their brain or how they're wired or not wired or wired incorrectly. How the neurons are firing off or not firing or cross-wired and they're firing all fucked up. You know what I mean? Fuck. The court heard Brown. Again, Jaswell Brown, Jazwell Brown. Again, if you punch that in, you can find it and get that PDF download, and then you can read how brutal all the stuff is that I'm not going to go into on live. It's that brutal. Oh my God. Brutal. Yeah, so the court heard that Brown picked up a screwdriver and a kitchen knife from the table in the living room and approached Joe, who asked him what he was doing and tried to walk away. And that was just the description from what news outlet is this on the YouTube? This is via the Mirror. I said, fuck you now. Jaswell, anybody want to take a wild gander what that equates to, please? Hint, hint, he was a knife man. Knife man 37, Jaswell equals 37. Yeah? This is on Christmas Day. Apparently, he also had a baseball bat he picked up as well. So he's got the screwdriver, baseball bat, kitchen knife. Brown equals 27. Come on now. Brown, I'm sure stabbed equals 53. Jaswell Brown 53. Brown 27. Again, Jaswell 37. So again, knife 27. Knife man 37. Wow. You know, it's all about killing. Jaswell Brown 64. You've even got the 38 prime in there as well. So I'm 163. Jaswell Brown equals 163. Again, that's the 38th prime. Again, knifing, stabs, stab, ruin, found dead, killing, etc. Deletes, cancel. Oops, let me take this off the charge. It's been on charge for ages. Since I started the stream, actually. Forgot I was plugged in. We're almost at 100% now. But anywho, his son Jake was there. Unfortunately, he would have got, I don't know if he lost a finger or just got, you know, some type of lacerations that were deep. But his son Jake equals 27. So I don't think it was him and Joanne's daughter. Again, the lady that died. Again, his partner. Again, I think Jake was from a different relationship, whatever. Again, Jaswell Brown, the perp. Victims, Joanna Pearson, Joe Pearson. Again, Tilly, the dog, survived, luckily. Luckily, his own son that was there staying over. Christmas, all right, cool, let me come up see my dad and his girlfriend, whatever. Then all of a sudden, 2 2s, madness is going on. Fuck. Again, him being the victim. Not surprising that Jake equals 27. Victim or perp, but you know, going with whatever the situation may be, right? There's a code playing out. And once you know the specifics, you already know what numbers to look for a specific situation before you even type in anything. And lo and behold, Jake equals 27. Wow. And is his last name? Yeah, Jake Brown, right? So Jaswell Brown the dad, Jake Brown the son. We went over Brown already. Brown equals 27. Like knife 27. As for, I don't know why I put that. Why did I put that? Maybe it slipped my mind at the time because it was Joanna. Was it Joanne or Joanna Pearson? Hold up here. Yeah, Joanne Pearson. I put Joanne Brown like I idiot. I don't know why I put that in there. Hopefully it comes up with the correct thing in a moment when I get to some more slides as we go through the slides, but if not, I'll quickly punch it in before we go to another story. Hopefully Stormzy's next. I might just jump to Stormzy just to get it out of the way. With his movie that he did via Apple TV called Big Man. Right. They said it was crack cocaine, right? Crack. Hold up here. Did I see what I think I saw? Or am I tripping? Give me one moment, guys. Sorry, give me 1 second here. Oh, maybe I didn't see what I thought I saw. Baseball bat on Christmas Day. This is not what I thought I saw, but anyway. Christmas Day, 76. Sure, Christmas itself is 38 as well. But yeah, baseball bat to go with the day, 76. Christmas Day, 76. Right, hold up here. Brown. No, I'm not seeing any with that. Whoa, crack cocaine, 76. And this is in the same cipher. Baseball bat in the same cipher, reverse reduction, light blue. Baseball bat 76, Christmas Day 76, crack cocaine 76. And what a day for that all to come together, right? Fucking hell, madness. Alright, this has been playing for a while. Let's play that one now. Yeah, man, this is just sad to have to report this, but it's got to be done. Alright, let's keep it moving there. And last year's life lesson for Christmas, 12 and 25, 2 and 0, 2 and 4, is 45. Unbelievable. Do you know what, yeah? Let alone the daily numerology, which will always be the same, regardless of year and whatnot or leap year. Daily numerology will always be the same. But anyway, 12 or 25 equates to 37. Was it Jaswell Brown? Or just Jaswell 37 again? Knife Man 37. Wow, it's extraordinary how this comes together. And again, Knife 45 on a day of a life lesson of 45. So again, conditions were more than ripe. Just like next week, Monday, conditions are hella ripe for them to pull the plug and blame it on Iranian terrorism and cyber warfare. These times, Janet from 2013 already told ya. I don't know what she was, you know, some side cabinet minister or some shit in America. And I always usually say Nancy Pelosi. It's not Nancy Pelosi. This Janet lady, her name after Janet, whatever her second name is. I heard Zach say it the other day and I was like, that is a mouthful. What was that? Like, fucking hell. I don't know if he said middle name and last name. I don't know. That was just like a mouthful. I said, wow, okay. I'll just remember Janet because I know always say Nancy Pelosi. It's not Nancy Pelosi. It was somebody called Janet. And remember, it was the same year that on National Geographic, you had the American Blackout docu-movie to do with cyber warfare. And a month before that in the UK, we had the Channel 4 Blackout documentary, which you can find on YouTube that I've already posted the link to that you can go and find and watch it in your own time, yeah? And you can see how it all comes together with the Spanish blackouts and the blackout that may take place Monday coming that we've already broken down. So be sure to watch yesterday's stream. Powerful transmission. Very, very, very much so important, all right, for everybody. Because again, you might not give a shit right now, but if you ain't done no preparedness, no extra tin food, no generator, no water, like remember, it's all electric. How does the water get through the faucet? If that goes, even for half a day, think about it. People with newborn babies, all this type of stuff. Shitty nappy. Like, think about all the scenarios that will ensue, that have ensued already, because you know they've been doing it here and there, but you didn't catch it. I'm not talking about Spanish blackouts. They'd be doing it everywhere in little pockets. UK, this place, that place, for the last so many years. Yeah, we've been noting. But you didn't catch it. Again, all the scenarios of being, if you have to use the lift, I suggest use it half as much. Maybe if you're in the tower block, use it to go up, but don't use it to go down. So you can at least cut it in half and be like, okay, there's a 50-50 chance that they get me every time I use the lift, rather than every time I use the lift going up and down. Because if they catch you in the lift on a hot summer's day, regardless if it's, but you know what I mean? But you know, it could be winter or whatever, but obviously you're going to cook inside that lift. The bell's not going to work for emergency to get to, you know, fire the fire department so they can, you know, get you out the blood clot lift. You're going to be stuck in the fucking lift. And you already know there's no reception, let alone the whole power grid's gone down anyway. No YouTube, no Instagram, no normal phone calls, let alone online phone calls, Wi-Fi phone. There ain't going to be nothing. There's not going to be no traffic lights. There's not going to be no street lamps come nighttime. Better that they do it in the summer, because at least there's only going to be 6 hours of sundown. Come 4 in the morning, the sun's already coming up to do the sun flyby, because the sun doesn't actually set or rise. And I forgot to say it. Fuck. I forgot to say it. The sun's not 93 million miles away. I know I've already gone past Admiral Byrd and flat Earth stuff. I completely forgot to say it. But as it's just coming to my mind, I'm just going to quickly say it. Again, the sun's not 93 million miles away. The sun is just there, just like the moon. Same size, yin and yang. Male, female, black and white, polar opposite. And what was I going to say here? I was going to say, why is it said, allegedly, that the crucifixion of Christ was on what day? Can anybody tell me what day it was on? That's not up to speed, obviously. Come on. Anybody? No? All right. There was 4. I blinked my eye. There's only 2 left. Okay. They left the building. But anyway, sorry to bore ya. All right. But because I already did that part and I said I was going to say with the flat earthy stuff. But what was I going to say? The 93rd day of the year is April 3rd. The alleged day that they say Christ's crucifixion took place between the hours of 9 and 3. So again, they tell you the sun's 93 million miles away. And I'm sure they changed that distance over time from how many thousands or whatever to, the current model of buffoonery concerning the heliocentric, idiot-centric model. So again, Christ, if I'm not mistaken, equals 43. So 4/3, April 3rd, the 93rd day of the year. I'm sure crucifix equals 93, God's Son 93, propaganda 93. Again, between the hours of 93 with the crucifixion. So it seems to me, isn't it more of a spell casting to keep you bamboozled? With the eye in the sky, you're so big looking down. Don't mean that you have to be into biblical stuff or anything like that, but it goes in your consciousness, right? The all-seeing, all-knowing God's looking down. And then, as I say to you, I've said it a bazillion times, then the charlatans and the priesthood merges with the government stuff, because it's all hand in hand. And then obviously science, right? It all and then everything, it just, it just does its thing, because nobody cares. So, is the sun really 93 million miles away? Pretty suspect how it all correlates with the 93rd day of the year with what I just told you. And there's stuff that I'm forgetting today. Anywho, moving on. All back with this story. The knife stuff. I think he got sentenced June 18th, 2025. June 18th. Oh my god, I'm getting confused with these dates here. What is that here? Oh, looking at something else. Hold up, I'm confused. Oh, what am I looking at here? Wait. Something going on to a different story here. Something with Jay Slater. What am I looking at here? Why have I got this up? I can't remember. Why am I looking at this? I know they've got a Channel 4 show coming out soon. Cheeky bastards. And it's going to go into the post-mortem and stuff like that. It's like, okay. As if the situation isn't suspicious enough. Now they're going to have a whole fucking, TV, documentary, Channel 4. Okie dokie. And I'm still kick myself because I was so bang on it, but I overlooked something where I was jumping around looking at possible dates if I went through like a thin comb, just going through every day, obviously I would have seen the reflection date with days in and days remaining concerning the Jay Slater situation, because it matched the mirror of the day when he went missing. And if I'd have saw that, I would have been like, oh my God, are they going to come out and find his body on that day? And that day had a life lesson of 30 and Jay Slater equals 30. Was it that one? Hold up. Was it that one? If I'm not mistaken. Hold up, yeah. Because I know it was from June into July. Something like that, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And I was like, really? Oh, man. I still kick myself slightly for that. That's why I said, you know what? Just in case next week Monday goes off, let me put this video. Hopefully, fingers crossed, nothing happens. Hopefully. Fingers and toes, arms crossed over and everything. Wakanda forever. No, I'm joking. Osiris and all that. But anywho, right, I'm looking back now at this scumbag, Jaswell Brown, some black guy. We still got to get to the 92-year-old black guy that got caught up. We'll get to that. Hold up here. Oh my God, whose name is that? Is that a victim? Oh, I think that's one of the victims. Her name is... Wait. Her name. I've seen something on the... Oh, here it is. So, this is from Thames Valley Police. So if you go on Thames Valley Police, type in his name, Jaswell, Jazwell Brown, and you'll get it up. CPS, Crown Prosecution, or Thames Valley Police. But anyway, this is them on the 17th of June 2025. So following the investigation via Thames Valley Police Major Crime Unit, a man has been given 2 life sentences for the murder of Teona Grant. So Teona Grant and Joe Pearson on Christmas Day last year in Milton Keynes. So we went over, blah, 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 blah. He's been given a minimum of 39 years. Jaswell Brown is currently 49 of Santa Cruz Avenue, Betchley, Buckinghamshire. He's been sentenced to 2 life prison sentences. Thank fuck for that. Throw away the key. Don't even feed him. Yeah, don't even feed him. Just breadcrumbs. But at the same time, these people deserve to have longevity. Because I do think sometimes, in certain cases, if the chair or lethal injection, I think that's too nice. You know what I mean? I think you should live out your days. Solitary confinement. They just slide that thing open for your, you have no contact with the outside world. You've got no eligible for parole, nothing. Like, you're not coming out of this confined solitary. Yeah, you want to be a beast, however the case may be, knowingly, unknowingly, schizophrenic or not, that's what you get. And that will be a heavy deterrent, because I'm telling you now, schizophrenic or not, your arse will soon thinking, oh, well, you know what, let me know. There'll be capital punishment. They'll string me up in the the local town centre. People can throw bricks and whatnot at my head side. Let me fix up. You know what I mean? Oh, what were you saying? You do think straight. You're not fully schizophrenic. That's what I fucking thought. Because not all of them, but some of them, you know what I mean? They do know what the fuck's going on, Like, don't let that, excuse me. They will play on that. Couldn't get my words out properly there, but, they will play on that. Yeah? And go on, like, say, that's what is their default. Sometimes they're just fucked up people. Scumbags. Fuck you. Throw away the key under the jail. Quickly say this. If you believe the sun is 93 million... If you believe... Again, if you're looking at the screen, I have put it on the screen here. If you believe... And let me quickly change this background music. It's been playing for a moment here. My wife and kids theme song or outro. Right, so if you believe the sun is 93 million miles away, The moon is 238 miles away. You are brainwashed, indoctrinated, and beyond delusional. Sad to say it, people, but the Zombiland variants outnumber us at an alarming, exponential rate. They outbreed and outnumber us, as I've, presented and said many times. Yeah, boy. They certainly do. What am I doing here? Wrong thing. Let's do that and that. Bing bang. Right, so yeah. This is just beyond crazy. Crazy. This place is crazy. I mean, this is crazy. What remains more... I'll read some of this. This isn't the PDF. I will read some of this. Right, so Senior Investigating Officer, Detective, Chief Inspector Stuart Brangwin, his name's Brangwin, so Inspector Brangwin of the Major Crimes Unit said, first and foremost, I would like to extend my deepest condolences. Trust me too, everybody. Condolences to friends and family. And Joe and Tiona, who tragically died in this shocking incident on Christmas Day. The events that unfolded on that day were truly horrific and tragic. We may never know what prompted Brown to basically, hold on, there's something I was reading, maybe the PDF download, where it went a bit more intricate with what the judge was saying and stuff. But was he peed that, I don't know, or did he think that she was getting on the lash or having a bit of, crack or whatever before, and he felt like he weren't invited or so, I don't know, something like that, and he just switched, something like that, even though they was already on it for so much in the course of the day, and then his son came up to spend time, something like that, and then he just, switched occurred, man. He just said whatever he said in his beastly off-key psychotic brain of his. But anyway, we'll never know what prompted or triggered Brown to behave in the way that he did. In his own home, he stabbed his partner, Joe, 31 times before turning the knife and then baseball bat on a teenage boy, which of course would have been his son. Brown also repeatedly stabbed Tilly's dog, Tilly, who survived despite her injuries. Goes on to say, what remains even more incomprehensible is why Brown then left his home and then knocked on the nearby flat's door, taking the knife and a baseball bat with him. It was in this flat that he stabbed Tiona multiple times, causing fatal injuries. Right? Bradley, the partner, who also was brutally attacked, sustaining more than 20 injuries to his neck alone. Fucking hell. Oh man, somehow Bradley survived. The scenes that responding emergency services faced that evening are indescribable. As a credit to their incredible bravery and dedication to protecting the public and saving lives, you know what I mean? Just give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. Because, fuck. So the saving of lives, of course, the outcome could have been even more worse were it not for their decisive actions. The surviving victims and the families of Tiona and Joe have suffered enormously throughout this process. I would like to thank them for placing their trust in Thames Valley Police and the Crown Prosecution Services for allowing us the time and space to thoroughly investigate and bring Brown to justice. Goes on to finally say here, family members have described today's sentences as part of the healing journey. We know there is a long way to go. Do you know what I mean? No, they know there is a long way to go, but I hope that after today they can at least start that process. Exactly. Fuck. Tiona equals 27. Badum. All right. Tiona. What was her last name here? Tiona Grant. Can't really sing with her full name, but first name is, 27. Knife 27. Wow. And again, it happened on a day with a life lesson of 45. 12 of 24. 2 of 0, 2 of 5, 45. Knife 45 and 27. And all the other stuff that we already spoke about concerning this unfortunate circumstance, which is definitely ain't no blood clot X-Files that we have to put under the microscope. This is fucking why it's going on with all the stuff I've been talking about in how many transmissions, including today. All right, so again, condolences. And again, when we see those numbers pop up, Tiona 27, you know, every time now. Come on. Yeah. Did it not play him with the camera? Stupid thing. Sometimes it don't play it in the proper place, you know. Anywho, got your ass. Screenshot. You get me? That's what that is. Screenshot, right? Got your ass. Another number to the preponderance of evidence showing you the magnitude of what. Anywho, so well, I'm not going to get into Tyler Perry right now. I've got something up for him. I didn't look at it balls deep or anything. Shit, should I even say that when it comes to these type of people? Let me refrain, because you know these type of people are next level mama man and fruity. They're fruity. Now, I'm not homophobic now, but you know these people are next levels. Alright. Cross-dresser, and for the movies, and probably at home as well. You know what, let's quickly, I don't even want to get into that right now. Let me quickly go to, perfect, he's just there, fantastic. Big Man! A short, oh my god. Basically a film made via iPhone, right? We got Stormzy. Let's see why it came out on this day that it came out. Right, Big Man Apple. Interestingly equals 201. Anywho, is the character he plays called Tesman in the short movie? We'll get back to that if need be in a moment. Right, his birthday, July 26th. It released on the 18th of June. Again, race 18. Again, to Stormzy's birthday is 38 days. Of course, nigger. Nigger equals 38, of course. Nigger 38. His life lesson this year is 42. Don't forget that he's born on the 207th day of the year. Race equals 18 and 27. Racism equals 27. Remember, Black Donalds, Matt Donald's 158 like Freemasonry. He's born on the day, leaving 158 days of the year. Freemasonry 158. Again, we're not going on all of that stuff. So if you're not up to speed and you missed that transmission from Stormzy concerning Israel, Palestine, and the real reason behind why he did that McDonald's situation and why he was a sellout before that anyway, and an ongoing sellout, well then there you go. Knock yourself out and check out that transmission. Oh yeah. So. Give me 1 second here. And remember, nigger and slavery and those type of names and derogatory words like boy, coloured, brother, or brothers, maybe plural. There's 42. Again, Black History Month in February. February is the only month that equals 42. Movies Miles Morales gets bitten by what spider? That's got a number 42 on it. Then in the sequel, Into the Spider-Verse, he goes to the other Earth, which is Earth 42. Oh my goodness. In Ironheart, did you see, I think it was episode 1 on the computer. I think she's waiting for something to download and it shows you. It's got what, like 4.0 and it's done 2%. It's like 4 hours left and it's done 2%. I mean, give me a break. Drop the 0, 42. It's just undeniable, man. The amount of times you clock that when you got trained eyes, you know? It's like, okay, really? This thing again? Wow. Will Smith, what was that one again? iRobot. When in the first 5 minutes of the movie, Will Smith comes out of his ass. You got the FedEx robot that's got a number 42 on it. No, number 42. What was the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? The black woman on her helmet. Was it X and 18? Because she had the R and the X on her helmet. R is the 18th letter, X the 24th, and then I'm sure it was 42, right? It equates to unbelievable. Because we know they changed April, that was a white person. They changed her in one of the latest renditions of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They changed her into a black person now. Yeah. Is there going to be an autobiography of fucking, Malcolm X and the person playing him is going to be white? How does that work, though? I don't, how? I'm not saying you can't do some interchangeable characters sometimes, but you know what I mean? It's like, okay, some, or maybe the majority, can you just leave it alone? What's really going on? Malcolm X is white now? Nelson Mandela? Oh my goodness. That's funny to me. Fucking hell. You know? But yeah, nigga, 38 days from the release to his crusty creature birthday, July 26th. Now, he's also called Big Mike. So again, he made it's called Big Man again. I haven't watched it. I've just seen. I didn't even watch the trailer for it. I just saw it come up, and I was like, all right, Stormzy. But yeah, Big Man is one of his nicknames because he's quite a big fella. You can find it on his wiki. I mean, Big Mike. If I misspoke, is a big man. Again, the TV show or one-off 20-minute short movie or 30 minutes, however long it lasts, the duration, is called Big Man. But anyway, in real world, Big Mike. That's one of his nicknames, right? His name is Michael Omari, something like that. Big Mike, you ready? What was the duration from the release to his birthday? What did nigga equal again? 38, yeah? Big Mike equals 38. Come on. It's not unusual. Dun, 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 dun. It's not unusual for celebrities to cover up a single eye. It's not unusual for close friends and family to die. You know, on the come up, right? It's this suspicious death. Not always, but if you're not selling out for McDonald's, if Stormzy's not gonna wear a dress, you know what I mean? Like Skepta, or whatever the case may be. If you're not doing that, then if you want to be in that realm, they'll get you elsewhere. All right. Don't matter who you are. Idris Elba, Tom Hanks, this one, that one. We know he's a twisted fuck anyway. Old Hanksy. Right. Is it Tens Man? Did I do this correctly? What did I write before? Because I remember I made a blunder. And then I think I found the correct spelling. I think it's Tensman, not Tesman, the character that he plays. And when it came out on the day of a life lesson, so June 18th, 6 and 18, 2 and 0, 2 and 5 equals 33. We know they love a 33. Again, people, police, masonry, magic, order, society 33. But Tensman equals 33. TINZ man. I think I did a misspelling before. Not that we went over the numbers with the misspelling, but so I thought it was Tesman. Turns out it was Tensman. I don't know if he used to sell weed or he was a Tensman. I don't know. Or he just liked to get a small baggie and he didn't like buying eighths or a Henry, an eighth ball of weed or some chronic smoke. I have no idea. Can somebody tell me? Did you watch the show? Right, let's speed up through this now. Oh yes, I think I can do some of this off the top. But do you know what I can do to make sure? I'll put it in the private chat right here. Put it in the private chat. Hold up here. Because I've got it like on my copy paste thing. If I just hold up here, it shouldn't be too far. It was for. I will quickly go over Ironheart as well after because I've got it written down, some of it, but it's not all here. But you know what? Just go on the community wall post. It's written out for you. So I'm looking for Fox, the Fox lady, Mikayla. Mikayla. Did I not save that? How did I not save that? Oh, here it is, right here, dumbass. Right in my face. Kind of like. Right, so. First and foremost, again, condolences. Apparently, she was dealing with. I don't know if she had like. Is it ADHD? Autistic in somewhere for her, something like that. And then maybe a touch of personality disorder as well. Then you had the online bullying and stuff like that. As I say, I found her maybe about, I don't know, 4 years ago. I probably subbed to her Save a Fox channel. And then wasn't like a regular watching stuff, but obviously, you know, just here and there, you know what I mean? But yeah, it popped up. You know, I'm watching this video and I was like, really? No way. Did she just, not only did she die, but she deleted herself. I was like, wow. You know, you really don't know just from you know, seeing a picture or a video or just somebody put stuff up. Again, I would have known maybe a little bit more if I was more, you know, just following and catching her videos, because you would have heard her say stuff and, you know, you could see them how they are, you know what I mean? Which would then entail maybe allow you to, you know, see between the lines. So then when you come to stuff like this, you know, she self-deleted, just said enough's enough. But yeah, man, that is just a shame. So anyway, her name, Mikayla Rain, right? Again, condolences to friends and family, children. I don't know, did you have children maybe she left behind? And the foxes. But let me show you how the predisposition of stuff, right? And how she was destined. And just like you are, whatever your role is, that you're going to play out on whatever plane of life or existence that you know, will reside on when you incarnate, right? Into whatever meat suit or up and down the totem pole. You might come back as a fruit fly, you might come back as a fox, you might come back as a model, a fucking seal, who knows? A parrot. So anyway, interestingly, Mikayla Rain from Save a Fox, again, you can go on to YouTube. Save a Fox. Mikayla, she was born with a life lesson of 33. She was born March 5th, 1996. 3 and 5, 1 and 9, 9 and 6 equals 33. Does anybody want to take a wild gander what foxes equals, please? 33. Badumps. Alright. And Mikayla equals 45 in reverse reduction English ordinal. Does anybody want to take a wild guess what fox equals, please? 45. Badumts. And from her unfortunate passing June 23rd to what would have been her next birthday, 5th of March 2026, is a span of 36 weeks. Fox equals 36. Badumts. So these little low-hanging fruits is very interesting to take note of, you know? Again, roles, predestined, the higher power, the predisposition of how you are, when you're born, where the sun and moon are and other celestial bodies and what house things are in, and, you know, the zodiac signs. Very important, and this is why they don't teach you none of this in school. Yeah? Right, onto this one. Murder probe. Loveliest mum 32 found strangled to death at home as husband 35 charged with murder. Tributes have poured in for the popular artist, right? This might be the one that was the director. Now, she was strangled to death. Again, kill 44. The initial post time is 44 minutes past the hour. 44, yeah? Give me a moment here. You may or may not be aware of this, but there's a YouTuber called Tanks. You might know the guy called Tanks. And then you might know RTM podcast on what happened recently. I'm thinking, is it staged? Is it not staged? How does he not know about the situation? And somebody was looking mighty. How can I say this? If you just type in, what is his name again? Young Spray. He's not young, but if you type in Young Spray and you type in beaten up, it will probably come up. And somebody looks very leaky. Somebody looks very leaky. Yeah, and I don't know if you had lacerations or anything deeper than that, if you know what I'm saying, from any bladed articles, but he definitely looks like he got beaten up. And if I'm correct, it was something via Giggs, and I'm not saying Giggs was the one behind it, or if he was there, you know, when somebody gets rushed and there's, you know, a few boots and arms flying around beating up one person when somebody gets rushed, as the term is, or what the term means. But it's very interesting. Very interesting. But all I want to say is, again, they will talk or whatever they're going to talk about. Creates, I'm not saying that this was a created scene between Tanks and what's his name, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was. But it's just amazing, man, how they get the views. Talking, not really, some relevance with some topics, obviously, but, and I don't watch these type of channels like that, but it's, as I say, it just amazes me. And then you've got Juicel Ducati. Shall I load up the video? I might do it in another stream. And he did a video. He took it down and deleted it. I've mentioned it before, but he put up a video. It was up for 2 seconds, literally 5 minutes. Good thing I downloaded it. And he was going after a YouTuber called Topical Juice. If you know that YouTuber. Now, nobody knows about that video. I know about the video. I was having difficulty leaving a message on one of these people's, was it Tank? He might have been on Tank, and I said, "Raw, you know what? A dub plate video for you, you know, if you want to catch it." Because he's had Topical Juice, he's had Trap Lord Ross. And we know he's full of shit. Yeah? Dare I say, somewhat culture vulture. Not saying you can't, you know, be blood clot M.R. and do your thing. But I'm saying those other people like that, no, I can give M.R. a nice blind, but people like Trapdoor Ross, I'm not saying, listen, I'm not saying you can't do reporting and stuff, but when you know what I'm talking about without me going into it, listen, man, them type of people ain't good. Trust me. Has he got a tattoo to do with King Von? Give me a break. These times over here, we forecasted in our community, King Von should watch his ass because his last mixtape or album, and he's got LeBron James and basketball stuff in it. We said he might be getting another 38 special or sacrifice special going on here. or 67, you know, sacrifice 67, blood sacrifice 67. But anyway, can't remember all the nooks and crannies and how all the details, but just know you can find it. We've already put it out in our community. Go on GeMatriaEffect.news, type in King Von, and it should pop up. Or you can find the video. Yeah. These times we've got these scumbags and sellouts that trap Lil Ross, and I already let him know. You know you're a fucking. I didn't go too bad at him, but I just said, yeah. You know we're over here. We forecasted King Vong's death before he died, yeah. And that's what always gives me joke when you have people like Chaotic Truth and those type of people, you know, and they're everywhere, not just in his, you know, people that go over there in the chat or go join the panel, and then you'll have Zach on, or even if Zach's not on, all they want to say is, well, if you can't forecast what's going to happen in the next hour or tomorrow, Gematria is nonsense. These times, how many things have we forecast that's checked out, regardless of the ones that haven't checked out? Regardless of that, you can't be like, oh my god, this numerology stuff is stupid, and Zach's just apophenia pulling numbers out of his arse and looking at other stuff that happened in history just to make a narrative and a scenario and make a YouTube vid. Really? Is that what I'm doing? Is that what I did yesterday with the thousands of other entries that we've done over here? I mean, come on, man. What gives, you know, what something's got to give at some point, even though rhetorically we know it won't, because these people are so dumb and long gone, they're lost in their mind, you know. But what will ever break the camel's back, so to speak, you know? And as we know, at this rate, nothing will break the camel's back. These people's minds are too far gone concerning the most obvious brand of hypnosis and putting people in a trance in a specific type of a Groundhog Day, you know. So again, if you don't wanna, yeah, thinking they know what's going on. And some of them have got a good, you know, on some other stuff, but then how do you discard this when it's so obvious? Right, what else have we got here? Oh yeah, was this the lady? Hold up here, shit, hold up. No, was that inside Diddy's house? They're showing all the bottles. They're showing all the bottles of whatchamacallit. And as we're talking about Diddy, all the baby oil stuff, let me quickly play this. Because he definitely knows about the numbers. And so does scumbag Drake. He's talking to Drake. Let's quickly play this.
Okay. So this is something I wanted to say to you. Very, very important. I've been a studier of music, science, art, mathematician, the actual numbers and codes that goes into it. And so when they talk about the top 5, all of those cats got a special code, you know? 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I couldn't even, I didn't know.
Yeah, because you must have got initiated to another part of the pyramid scheme with the Jesuits and their all-seeing bollocking eye crap, eye of providence and all that stuff. But anyway, that's why you said what he just said, because he got upgraded in the knowledge. Who knows, maybe what oath and ritual you had to do, roll up one leg, put a you know, hold up a sword in one hand, put his other hand forward. This is speculative again, I'm not there, I don't know how to get down properly. You might have had to take it up the you-know-what as well. You know, make it all slick with the baby oil. Sure, if you're eating right now, I don't mean to get graphic, you know. Hey. Slip and slide. Sometimes his back door looking like a blood clot. You know when you slip and slide down the inside the tunnel of like the water park. The slide is his rectum. Fucking hell. Allow me. Yeah, boy. Oh. Right. What is this here? What is this? What am I looking at here? All right, it's just some cyber stuff here. What is this here? So moving on from the baby oil photos that I see about the disgraced music mogul, and there was a dubplate 50, not 55, 42 that happened the other day. Go on Number Games with Zach, and you will see they did a nice 42 special the other day with the court case with Diddy, Sean Puff Diddy Coombs. I don't know what the latest is. I kind of fell off. I was following some channels that was, reporting on it, but I fell off, man, about a month back. I said, oh, long. Because it's kind of bullshit that even though it's the federal one, that they don't do the TV stuff. They don't have the camera in there. Come on, man. That should have cameras in there. How is there no cameras? People want to see this. I want to see that, man, live and direct. Right, so what's this here? It's about cybercrime. Within the scale data breach, Cybernews noted that the researchers identified a database of 184 million records that were previously uncovered by security researcher Jeremiah Fowler in May. As a sample of 10,000 stolen accounts showed 220 email addresses with .gov domains linking them to dozens of countries such as the UK, US, Australia, Canada, China, India, Israel, Saudi Arabia, according to Jeremiah Fowler. In total, Fowler discovered 47, I'm doing air quotes there, discovered 47 gigabytes of data with sensitive information for accounts across various social media, gaming, and streaming sites. Goes on to say the inclusion of both old and recent info stealer logs, often with tokens, cookies, and metadata, makes this data particularly dangerous for organizations lacking multi-factor authentication or credential hygiene practices, the team said. So maybe, I don't know, bio, they do a lot of the bio stuff, whether it reads your eye, fingerprint, or whatever, smells your fart, who knows? Oh, it's definitely him. Open the door. That fart has, those type of molecules and particles. And then you simultaneously do it with the finger reader while it reads your eye, the iris of your eye. So you got to have a fart ready. So you can get into your yard. So you can get into your home. Not work. No. That's to get into your yard. Fucking hell. 2-2, somebody hacks it. Or somebody you walk past when you thought nobody detected you fart while you was going down the road. Somebody quickly caught something in the jar. Then they come to rob your house. Fucking hell. Could you imagine that? People fucking wanting to break into your gaff. They're catching farts in a bottle. Fucking hell. Selling them on the dark web. It would be like a version of, people fucking, you got the car key stuff. And they can use the infrared, right? And it's still the cars, if you know what I'm talking about. You've got that that little device, it's in that kind of, framework of things. Fucking hell. Work can be a dangerous place. Now there's pros, but there's a whole heap of cons. I'm all for certain, types of infrastructures and, you know what I mean? I'm all for it, but because of the nefarious part and the gaslighting from the obvious batch, it's like, this is just all long, bruv. You know what I mean? It's kind of long still. What you don't need to do is fuck off. Right, anyway. What is this here? I don't know what that is. I think it's to do with the India stuff. I'm not going to go into that right now. Can't be asked. How long we been on? Ooh, 4 hours 35. And do remember 0 Day, 194, 19 weeks and 4 days. The Netflix show 0 Day with Robert De Niro. To next week 7/7. Remember Spanish. Remember the term Cyber Monday. Yeah, I forgot to say that yesterday. You got the term that they like, Cyber Monday. You know that's a term, right? And Spanish one happened on a Monday. What was it Spain? I was about to say Spaniola, but what was it Spain? Was it Paraguay or Portugal? Or some surrounding places? But anyway, 19 weeks and 4 days. If you write out 0 Day Netflix, it equals 194, like 19 weeks and 4 days. And that is the span from the show. Was it the show release? Or from Spain to next week? One of the two. No, it can't be from Spain, 19 weeks. It's from the release of the show, 20th of February. So if you're not up to speed with that, you need that information. And again, most importantly, I don't care about likes and all of that stuff, just share the video. That is the most important thing to do. If you're not sharing the video, how can we beat the algorithm that's not in our favor, that keeps us shadow banned and all of that? You know? So if you can do that, you know, much love forever. Much love anyway, even if you don't, but you know what I mean? Even to the naysayers. You know? Everyone has their position and part. Alright, what are we looking at here? We're not going to go through that. What's this here? Knife horror, woman 44 dies after stabbing outside shop as man 47 arrested on suspicion of murder. Well, killing 74, stabbing, and I think stab wound equals 74. You got the update time of 20 to 8, so that's 7:40 a.m. Again, stabbing, and I think stab wound 74, killing 74, murdered 47 anyway, kill 44. She dies at 44 years old by a knife man 44. If anybody wants to join and have your say, man, you are more than welcome. Right, is this the one with the house fire? Alright, we've got a face to it now on my slides. It was a black geezer. Give me one moment here. What's this one? I went past the slide with another unfortunate. Right, before we get back to the home explosion and the stabbing situation with the black guy, suspect, perpetrator, we've got sick killer boyfriend Damien Homer made me listen as he plunged a knife into my hero mum's chest, then asked for a kiss. I mean, what in the hell? What in the shit fuck is going on? Really? New BBC series reveals how terrified Stacey Hill realized her life was in danger after spotting a crucial clue in wardrobe mirror. Right, then they've got it up at initial post time, and the update time is exactly the same. In the afternoon, in the hour of 2. But anyway, 34 minutes past, and we know murder equals 34. So again, anytime you see these type of, you know, whatever the story case may be, just know how to allocate specific numbers always. Because remember, symbolism and numbers are always all frequency. Yeah, it's all frequency. And if you can learn the vibration to understand what's going on, well then you can kind of, I don't want to say bypass, but then you've got a chance, god damn it. Alright, you've got a chance that the spell casting won't work on you. Not to say you can't have this in a good way that's beneficial. Alright, I'm not saying that, obviously. But where these people are concerned, they haven't got a betterment at hand. Yeah? So alright, back to the other one, knife tragedy with the wonderful lady that was 46. Was that Annabelle Rook? I think that was the Annabelle Rook one, yeah? In a moving tribute. So it was the partner was charged. In a moving tribute, the family say they are struggling to come to terms with this terrible tragedy. The black guy was her partner. Stabbed to death in a house before the gas blast. Fuck, you know. And as I say, did he set that to cover his tracks, so to speak? Burn forensics and whatnot? Not today, mate. And thinking of forensics, you know what? Let me forward now. Let me forward. Let me forward. Let's forward here. Do you know what? I still might quickly go over Ironheart. It's not much, but let me quickly forward to the rape guy, 92-year-old in the UK. Huge story in the last couple of days. Let me quickly skedaddle and scoot over to that slide here. Where are we at? Come on. Where are you? Don't worry, we're getting there. Just give me a moment here. No, not that one. We want this one. Right, here we are, because it was a cold case. Perfect. Boom, 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 boom. And the lady was Louisa Dunn again. At least she's not spinning in her grave anymore. The perpetrator scumbag is Ryland, some black guy. He's 92 now. Ryland Headley. That was his name, yeah? Piece of shit scumbag. So unfortunate that they caught you, you know, at 92 years old. But hey, forensics nonetheless. Fantastic. Because I saw a tiny bit when he was in the cop shop. And he's talking about no comment, yeah. No, yeah, you got nothing to say, yeah? No comment, yeah? You fucker, yo. Because everything else concerning forensics, you fucker, speaks volume. So you can no comment all you want, you piece of shit scumbag. About you want to rape people and do all that type of fuckery. Fuck you. I hate these type of people with a passion, man. They're just scum. Give me a moment here. What am I doing? What is this date? Oh, I went back too far. Oh, mate. Right. Again, you can join the stream and have your say. Unless it's ultra major, obviously. Well, shit, you may or may not hear from me on Monday. Well, actually, it's not going to be worldwide, but we'll see what happens on Monday. Again, hopefully nothing goes down, but you never know. And hopefully it's not over here. They might do a curveball and say, well, fuck the numerology. We're just going to do it over here anyway. And America at the same time. How you doing? Right, so it was all going crazy in the news with this situation with the 92-year-old rapist guy. That was June 30th, yeah? A story to do with Louisa Dunn. That was the unfortunate lady that died. Again, hopefully now she can rest. So June 30th, drop the 063. Louisa Dunn equals 63. Also, we've got a 45 that should come into play because the 30th of June had a life lesson of 45. 6 and 30, 2 and 0, 2 and 5 equals 45. Louisa Dunn equals 45. So again, 63, June 30th, stories going off in the news, and on the same day, the very same day, it's got a life lesson of 45. Louisa Dunn equals 45. What are the odds? Also note, this unfortunate situation they say happened June 28th, 58 years ago. In 1967, excuse me. Now, what's interesting, of course, again, conditions are ripe for the day, yeah? Is rapist 34? Hold up, let me pull this up here. Happened on the 28th. Raped equals 28. So again, June 28th, 1967. And then the day numerology is 34. I'm pretty sure it's either raping or rapist. Hold up here. Hold up. Alright, where is that? have I not got that yet? Oh yeah, raping is 34. There you go. His first name Ryland equals 34. Again on a day numerology, 34. Yeah. June 28th, 6 of 28, 34. So again, raping 34, Ryland 34. Again, conditions are ripe. See how it works yet? The predisposition of people. And as we keep pointing out, with scripted stuff and the amplification and how they're doing the amplification through media and the timing of events and stuff like that. Subliminals and, you know, direct symbolism and subliminals and whatnot. Very interesting. Right, so what have we got next for you? Cold cases, right? So cold cases, we just spoke about 45 with the 92-year-old rapist guy that got caught via forensics in the UK. Huge story in the last couple of days. Again, perpetrator Ryland Headley and the unfortunate, and I think he got away with another, well, excuse me, he thought he got away with another two. I think he got took to the police station maybe so many years after, might be about 10 year span, about 10 years later. But then, you know, the case got thrown out, right? And then now they're like, oh, well, actually, yeah, so it's actually more than one case. Piece of shit, scumbag, pendejo, fuck you. Disgusting. So anyway, what was I going to say? Oh, cold cases. Again, Liam Dunn. Again, it went crazy in the news. I'll quickly go over it. June 30th, dropped the zero. Excuse me, dropped the zero. 63. Louisa Dunn, which was the victim, or his first victim. Maybe. Unless he's got some more that's, you know, loose ends that we don't know about. But anyway, Louisa Dunn equals 63. So again, June 30th, dropped the 0, 63. And then we've got a life lesson of 45. Yeah. 6 at 30, 2 at 0, 2 add 5 equals 45. Louisa Dunn equals 45. Cold cases equals 45. So again, what are the odds of that? And the day in question, Ryland equals 34, and the day numerology, which will always be the same, regardless of whatever year or whatever, or leap year. But anyway, Ryland 34, raping 34. Wow, doublets. Case that came out 58 years later, Louisa Dunn. Dunn equals 58. And they brought the case back up last year, 2023, and we know rape equals 23. Go figure. Dunn equals 23. Again, Louisa Dunn, yeah? At least she got some justice, man. Fantastic. Justice is served. How you doing? Ryland Headley, you fucking piece of shit cunt. Right, quickly, we've got... I don't know if we've got anything to go with that. Hold up here. Ryland Headley, 64, and we've got a 62 as well. You caused asphyxiation, right? Strangulation and asphyxiation. Asphyxiation, 64 and 62. Sidebar for 2 seconds, and always remember Eric Garner with that racial situation. Like, even though I think what's his name's one more scripted? Obviously, it was George Floyd. I mean, give me a break. And a few other ones with that child, with the guy that killed his son. What was his name again? Was it Trayvon Martin? It might be Trayvon Martin. Fuck, you know, that's a deep one. Orbule. Orbule. Crazy. I think it was Trayvon Martin. But anyway, never forget, I'm sure Eric Garner or Garner equals 62. And then the police guy that caused asphyxiation by strangling him. Yeah, right? So again, asphyxiation 62. And never forget, racism equals 99. And the officer had a huge 99 on his back while he's strangling him. I mean, give me a break. You can easily find it on Google Images. Eric Garner, bam, you'll see it right there. All right, so never forget that dub plate, you know. And how it follows to another event, regardless if it's organic or scripted via the powers that shouldn't be. Like George Floyd was definitely scripted via the powers that shouldn't be. And we even had a video up, but YouTube took it down. We had the I've still got it here. You can watch it right now. But YouTube took the video down that I had. It was actually via Young Pharaoh. Yeah, when he was in a bit more of a right state of mind. Even though there was still some questionable stuff to do with boule connections and frats and fraternities. But anywho, there was an admission from George Floyd's family, basically about being a part of the boule. Basically, their grandpa died, and they was basically saying and showing their Instagram posts, they've got a special chest, a treasure chest or whatever, that comes from their Freemasonic granddad, and they're going to uphold it and carry on, blah, blah, blah. And what's his name himself, George Floyd. So again, you've got the family with their admissions on Instagram post or whatever. And then George Floyd, he had the double eagle on his chest tattoo. And those that done any homework, that double eagle is definitely Freemasonic stuff. So go figure on that. All right. Yeah. Right, we'll quickly go over. Do you know what? I'll re-look into this. We might have a name. We'll quickly go over Ironheart. Quickly. Because it is in the title. We've got another knife rampage. This story broke yesterday. We haven't got any names for the perp, but apparently a 21-year-old suspect's motive behind a frenzied attack was what? I'm not sure yet, because cops are investigating the motive. But anyway, knife rampage. At least 1 dead and 3 others injured as knife man goes on stabbing rampage in Germany after attack of Storm's an office. Also, I know there's been a few crazy ones in America. I might look into those from my end, because I know there's been a couple of crazy ones that I see pop up, and I'm like, fucking hell, really? Okay. Some crazy ones been popping up. It's like, wow, boy, this is just madness, bruv. Right, we'll quickly do Ironheart, as a lot of people keep calling it online. Ironheart. Quickly. So, Ironheart. Right, so from the release of the show to her Krusty Creature birthday. So Dominique Thorne is the star of the show. Did they release the rest today? I might have to watch the slop just so I can see what I can pick from it with the numerology stuff. Because they, as I say, they're hitting all the boxes. Fucking hell. They are hitting all the boxes, mate. Trans, black thieves, I mean, all the boxes you can hit. Ridiculous ego. There's just so much. Fucking hell. There is so much with that one show. But yeah, it's 135 days from the release of the show to her birthday. Dominique Thorne, the star of Ironheart. So again, from 24th of June to November 5th, 135 days. Why is that important? Because of course Ironheart equals 135, and that's in English ordinal cipher. Yeah. How you doing? Don't forget, she's born on the day leaving 56 days of the year. Black Lives Matter equals 56. I think maybe I Can't Breathe as well. I need to get a rain check on that. It might be the 106 thing that factors in. But anyway. Yeah, boy. They couldn't help themselves. Remember, with the download stuff, you had 4.0 hours, and it said, it's done 2%. Again, nigger. And those type of words like slavery and whatnot equal 42. Words like boy, words like color, brothers. Think about Rosa Parks on the bus 42. This is the science, man. Method to the madness, which ensues. Heaney. Right, I got this bit written down. Oh yeah, I have. Thank God. So again, in the 36th minute of episode 2, when they're talking about what's his flipping name again? His name is. Before I say that, I'm getting ahead of myself. Going with the Black Lives Matter. Remember, well, not remember. If you didn't realize, she's currently 27 years old. Race and racism equals 27. That might be something I'm forgetting to say, so be sure to go on my community wall post. But I have got a screenshot for one of the parts, because I did a couple of parts concerning that Ironheart stuff. But anyway, concerning the second episode, in the 36th minute, if you look on the wall, as I showed the screenshot, and you can find it on the community wall post, what do you see? You see, because there's so many posters on there, I don't think, there might be one that shows the whole poster by itself, but it's definitely a lot of half and half. And obviously, if you put them together, you can see it's one individual, a silhouette of an individual that has horns on his head, right? And it says Faust. And I said, really? And they're talking about what's the deal with Parker Robbins, who is AKA plays the Hood. He got his powers from some, satanic creature called, is it Mephisto? We'll get to that in a moment. So I said, wow, what's the odds of that? They're talking about what's the deal with Parker, and you've got Faust in the background. Because if you didn't know, Faust in bargain, look it up, which means deal with the devil. Faust in bargain, go and figure, yeah? So I said, wow, what are the odds of that? Then I thought, let me see what time we're at. Oh, we're on the 36 minutes of episode 2, and of course, 3 6s, 666, and of course, the 36 triangular number, 1 and 2 and 3 up to 36 equals 666. So I'm saying, what are the odds of that? And if you write out Mep Hester, which is where the Hood, aka Parker, got his power from, but it hasn't been disclosed yet. They're building it up, so you're probably going to get some other show or movie. It's all going to tie into the MCU cinematic schlop universe that's currently going on. So anywho, if you write out the Mep Histo, if you write that out, it equals treble 1 in reverse. But for those that are up to speed, you already know that equates to 666 in Sumerian, right? So anything that's treble 1 with English ordinal, forward or backwards, you already know forward and backwards with the Sumerian cipher, it's going to be 666. Just like vaccination, just like internet. What's the other one? Internet, computer equals 666. And again, think about the digital age and mark of the beast, and the pathway that they're taking us down concerning the digital stuff and mark of the beast, right? When 2020 was going on, you couldn't go anywhere unless you had, part of the mark. You had to go and get jabbed up, have some special pass from the doctor. You've had your jab. They started to say, right, we need to put monies in some special disinfectant stuff for the coins and the notes. Do you remember that? Because I fucking do. It's all to keep you lulled asleep while they have you going down a specific avenue, yeah? And if you don't wake up in time, which it's already gone past time to wake up, we're fucked. In a nutshell. But being a 1% optimistic, You know, show me with action. Otherwise, we're fucked. Make that 1%, 10%, 20, 90, 100. So anyway, Mephisto, the demonic demon that the Hood got his powers from, equates to 666. Go figure. Again, in the 36th minute of the show, they're talking about the deal with Parker. Now, 24th of June, the show released on a day with a life lesson of 39. 24 at 6, add 2, add 0, 2 add 5, 39. Mephisto equals 39. But not only that, the Hood equals 24 and 39. When did the show come out? 24th of June on a day of a life lesson of 39. Parker Robbins, aka the Hood. Parker equals 39. The Hood played by actor Anthony Ramos. Was he one of the Transformers and something else? I think he was. A movie I started to watch, but I don't know if I'm going to continue to watch it. It's got the lady from Ballerina. John Wick, Ballerina. I watched that. I thought it was decent. Action was decent. Like it didn't look played out over scripted. I thought, I don't know, I might have to rewatch it. I might change my mind, but I didn't think it was that bad. I know she was in the James Bond and people saying, yeah, she might be decent as doing action stuff. But anyway, Distant, this Anthony Ramos guy, he's also in that with Alma D, whatever her name is. She was kind of sexy still, can't lie. She was kind of, got a nice natural. Oh yeah, I definitely would. If I could. Oh yeah, boy. I definitely would. Now, Anthony Ramos, who plays Parker, right? Anthony Ramos equals 55 and 62. Satan equals 55. Faustin Bargain 62. So again, Anthony Ramos, who plays the Hood, Parker Robbins. Anthony Ramos equals 55 and 62. Again, Satan equals 55. God also equals 55, by the way. Anyway, but Satan 55, Satan 55, Faustin Bargain 62. And Anthony Ramos is born when? When is he born? He's born when? November 1st. I did mention already about the treble 1 situation, right? Remember, Mephisto equals treble 1 in English. But then if you go to Sumerian, it's going to equate to how it's times by 6, right? So anytime that pops up, I mean, give me a break. I think the other 666 was mandatory. Vaccination and mandatory was, yeah, that's what it was. Internet, computer 666. And then now we're looking at the Trouble 1 situation with Mephisto, which equates to Trouble 1 and of course 666. And again, when is Anthony Ramos born? November 1st, Treble 1. Again, they don't choose these actors for their playing their part for, you know what I mean? Same with the girl, right? At Ironheart. Currently 27, race, Black Lives Matter, all that type of stuff. I mean, give me a break. She's born on the day leaving 56 days of the year and Black Lives Matter equals 56. Oh man, unbelievable. November 1st is the 305th day of the year. Satan equals 35, Baphomet 35. Go figure. And you know, there's a whole heap of tranny stuff in that program. Go figure on that as well. There's a lot of like, oh, my pretty crew, we're so pretty. There's a whole bunch of that. Fucking alright, say it one time. Why does it have to go on so much? Probably while you're doing a finger snap check as well, you know. How? With the one arm clicking, snapping your finger while you got your other hand on your hip while you're doing a walk. How? Literally. Fucking hell. How? Alright, give me a break. And of course, you got the show as well. I used the wrong bloody picture. As soon as I saw this other one, I was like, oh yes, there is that one. The one I used, it has got the eye covering, but this one's better because it's the one that they love to cover. If you know what I'm saying. There's another one with the Ironheart. For Marvel television, whatever. But anywho, I think we are at the end. Oh no, we are not at the end. Holy shit. Let me get a talk. That's not even a talk. We have to do the Bollywood actress. We need to do this one. We've got to do this. This Bollywood actress that died the other day. She did what else did she do? She did some Big Brother stuff out there or whatever. Indian Big Brother. Give me a sec here. Let me put myself on mute. I need to blow my nose. Give me a moment here. Give me one sec, people. Got a situation here. My nose is fucking went everywhere, for fuck's sake. Through the tissues, hanging off my finger, like, god damn. One blow? Shit. Right, I've got this Hollywood actress right here, right? What's her name? Fucking hell, I must have got my mouth and tongue around that. What does that say? Shefali Jariwala? Right? Shefali Jariwala. So Shefali, F-A-L-I, and then Jar, I-W-A-L-A, alright? So you can see what I'm working with, goddammit. When I say them two, them kind of name them often. You understand me? Alright, let's put that on quickly. Turn that down a smidge. Right, so we're going to look at Bollywood. The actress, she died recently. Died 27th of June. I'm not saying it's a full-blown ritual, but if it is, Ritual 27. From Mumbai, India, born 15th of December 1982. I think her husband's an actor as well. Died at 42 years of age. Did I not just see? Yeah, I did see that. Bollywood equals 42. Again, she dies at 42 years of age. She was known for a song back in time, early 2000s, called Kanta Lega? Excuse me. K-A-A-N-T-A L-A-G-A, right? 2 words. She was on the track and featured via the songmaker DJ Doll at the time. And I don't think she had a verse or something. I think she was just in the video doing her thing. But anywho, interestingly equals 201. If there is any suspicious activity. Oh my god. Excuse me, guys. Let me get a quench. Palate is dry, boy. Let me get a little quench. Right, so the music video came out in 2002. Again, early 2000s. Give me a moment here. Her first name, 42. She dies at 42. Bollywood equals 42. If there's any shenanigans again through Mason, it equals 42. Hopefully there's no shenanigans, but you know, you're in that kind of... Holy shit. She died on a day. Oh mate, 6 at 27, 2 at 0, 2 at 5 equals 42. She died on a day with a life lesson of 42. Again, Bollywood 42, Freemasonry 42, if there is any shenanigans Freemasonry. Her first name, Shefali 42. Now the day she died, and again she's well known for that specific song, the Cantalaga via DJ Dahl. Again, DJ Dahl, hold up here, 33. Hold up here, what am I seeing here? Wait a moment, please. Wait. Okay, so she died. Day numerology 33, 6 of 27, 33. DJ Dahl 33. Oops, wrong song. That one. On the 27th, she dies. Shefali Jariwala. Excuse me if I'm butchering it, probably am. But that equates to 270. Drop the 0, 27. She dies on the 27th of June. Yeah? Telling you, man, there is a code playing out. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. No joke. Right. Again, she dies on a day with a life lesson of 42. Ooh, is her birthday? Hold up, when's her birthday? Let me make sure I got this perfect. Hold up here. Fuck, where is it? Or is that the release date of the song? Oh, it might be the release date of the song. 2nd of February. Must be. Yeah, 2002, 2nd of Feb. Song came out on the 33rd day of the year. Remember, DJ Dahl 33. And then the day this person dies, again, the day numerology 6 to 27 is 33. And we know the lover 33. In, you know, these type of circles. 22. Did we have a number 22? Hold up there. 22. Oh, we got a 122. That will suffice. Fucking hell. So Cantalaga DJ Dahl featuring Shefali, and how you say her second name, excuse me. 122. How many weeks is it from 2002, February 2nd? 1,220 weeks with an overhang of 6 days. So, you know, maybe I know we got the overhang, but we got the 122 there. And if there is any shenanigans, satanic or Satanism equals 122. Now, from the release date, from her death to what would be the release date annually of the song, February 2nd, 7 months and 6 days. And we know blood sacrifice equals 76. Again, 7 months and 6 days. Interestingly. Now, from her birthday, give me a moment here. With her birthday and the song date, hold up here. Birthday and the song date. Oh, I'm not seeing it. I thought I saw. Okay, no worries. Some of this I might not even read out. Let me change that song there. What's this one? Did not know it was going to be 5 hours, but hey. Might also just knock some of these out of the park, you know? Some of these that I've had waiting in the wing. You know, that for most of them, I was even thinking, am I going to do a transmission on it? Because what's the point? Nobody cares. unfortunately. Anywho, with her birthday to the release of the song, 10 months, or the release of the song to her birthday, 10 months, 1 week, 16 days. QB. I've got a 116. Oh no, execution equals 116. Alright, don't worry about that. Right, it's there. 20 weeks and 5 days. We know time diff RIP equals 25. This is the release of the song to when she dies, right? So in the same year. Right, looking at her husband, Parag Tyagji. I don't know how you pronounce that. He's 49 currently, born 27th of November. If he's got some crazy new movie come out, maybe. So I might have to, keep a watch and then connect some dates if he's got some, new movie or a book deal or just some shit going on. You know what I mean? Let me know if you get a heads up on anything as well concerning Parag Tyagi. Yeah, so Parag, Parag or Parag, and then Tyagi concerning his career, because he's definitely a Indian actor, Bollywood and all of that stuff. Heaney for another 33 from his birthday to the death, 30 weeks and 3 days. Interesting. DJ Doll 33. 22 weeks and 0 days. I swear I had a 220 before. Let me go back on these goddamn slides here. Did I not have a 220? Am I tripping? Maybe I am changing shit. Or I'm just, do you know what it is? Because of the day of the music song release was 2/2, right? That's where. So 22 weeks, 0 days, 22 like the song release. There you go. All right, and that's from the death to his upcoming birthday. And as we just mentioned, from his birthday to the death, so from 2024 to the death of his spouse, his other half, 30 weeks and 3 days. So look at that, both connecting with the song. And we went over the other bits with the 33 and DJ Doll. Again, she died on the day with the day numerology, which is 6/27, 33. And the release of the song was on the 33rd day of the year as of February 2nd. So, I mean, really? Really? Interesting. 22 weeks, 0 days. Give me a break. Or a span of 5 months, 1 day. And Parag and his last name equals 51. Interesting. 5 months and 1 day from his birthday, November 27th. No, sorry. Hold on, let me make sure I'm saying this correctly. Yeah, in the same year, sorry. Same year if I misspoke. So in the same year, from the death, 27th of June to his birthday, 27th of November 2025, 5 months, 1 day. And remember, she died on the day of a life lesson of 42. Her first name equals 42, Bollywood equals 42. Dies at age 42, her name equals 42, Bollywood 42. And if it is shenanigans, Freemasonry 42. Yeah, that's a dub plate right there. Yeah, boy. Give me a moment here. Oh, is it? Yeah, because it would be 5 months, 0 days. Because the 1 day is including the end date. So it would be 50. Actress equals 50. And 22. I mean, it's, oh my God. Oh God. 50 and 22. I mean, come on. And we just spoke about 51 as well with the hubby's name. Indian equals 33. Indian equals 33. Go figure, yeah? Damn dub plates. Right, I think we are done. I think we're finally done. What's the time? 1 o'clock? Oh my God. Oh my God. 20 past who? Holy shit. Oh my god, you know who we have to do last? McLaren. McLaren. We've got to do the McLaren guy. Right. Got to do the McLaren guy. What is this one with the fighter pilot here? What is this here? Did we get anything with this? What is this? I don't know what that day is. I think the situation was April 29th, and then it might be an update on June 29th. Might be like a gun or a shooting situation, if I'm not mistaken. Give me one moment here. The next slide might let me know. You can shoot in 44 if it is that. Kill 44. Give me a moment here. And if it was a gunman, 29. So April 29th, and then the update with the news. June 29th. What's the person's name? Kostas. If my slides are correct, by the way. I think it is, because yeah, I've got shooting on the next slide. Shotgun. Right, give me a moment here. Just getting me bearings. So Kostas George Gillis. I don't know how you pronounce that. Age 24. Navy. I think I don't know, did he take himself out? So the Brit pilot Kostas was found dead at a US Navy base after suffering a shotgun wound to his head. An inquest heard. Assistant Coroner for West London Richard Furness suggested the death has the hallmarks of self-deletion, you know, the S word, right? And did not confirm if a criminal probe was underway. So he's from Britain, adopted the country in America, or whatever, he's gone to America. Is that loud for you guys? You know, they like to do the cutting of the trees and stuff. Let me shut this window. He won't be going that long anyway. I was here yesterday. $192. What is that here? I'm missing something here. Something I'm missing. You know, I'm not gonna kill myself trying to find it right now, but yeah, there was more to that naval story stuff. Anyway, let's get to the McLaren guy, and I can call it a day. Right, here he is, McLaren guy. So small change. It's the caption in the Sun News. Outrageous 50 million supercar collection for sale after Icon's death, including motor that was once fastest in the world. The fleet of his cars is one of the largest McLaren collections in the world, and includes a last of its kind F1 road car model, excuse me. Initial post time is 12:29. 201st prime is that, and more than likely, you know, he was in the midst of, there's certain circles, there's just no way that you're not involved somewhere along the line. Oh, excuse me, nature calls. The yawn's coming by. Still ain't smoked no zoot yet, you know. I ain't even had a blast. I went to and I didn't. Anyway, let's get to the numbers. So, an outrageous collection. We've kind of read that already. The fleet of cars, one of the largest McLaren collections in the world, belong to Mansour Oje. M-A-N and the word Sawa. That's his first name. M-A-N and the word Sawa. And then his last name is Oje. Oh, hey? I have no idea. OJJEH, a French Saudi entrepreneur who was the former owner of Tag Heuer, if you know the watch brand, and a major shareholder in the McLaren Group, right? Born 25th of September, died 6th of June. Again, this story just was making rounds, I think, the day before yesterday. Right, let's get to... Okay. So he died June 6th. 6-6. Does anybody want to take a wild guess what McLaren equates to? Yeah, 66. Like June 6th when he died. Yeah? What are the odds? I'm not sure why I've got that up yet. Give me a moment here if I missed something. Oh yes, 111 days from death to what would be his upcoming birthday, September 25th, yeah? So September 25th, 111 days. From June 6th to September 25th. Again, June 6th, 6/6, McLaren 66. And here we have, he was part of the Tag Heuer group. They've got a couple of ways of spelling it. It's like Tag Groupie, or it's like GURPPE, because, you know, French or whatever. Of course, Tag Group equals treble 1. So there's your 111 days. Go figure. But and I'm sure I do it with the other name, the other spelling, yeah. So TAG, tag for the watch, and then the groupie, GURPPE, also equals treble 1. Go figure. So tag group or tag groupie, both equal treble 1, and it's 111 days from death to his upcoming, what would have been his upcoming birthday? Yeah. Them dub plates, low-hanging fruits. But to the untrained eye. Why am I seeing that as well? Am I seeing that, or am I trying to shoot? Hold on. Alright, keep it moving. The day he died had a life lesson of 40. Was it the day he died? What am I meant? No, the day he died had a 21 life lesson. Excuse me. Hopefully, I've got it for when the news went. What's the day of the news again? What's the day this was the story broke? 30th of June. That was the life lesson of 45, wasn't it? With the other story we covered. But anyway, keep that in mind. We might need it in a moment. We might not, but you know. But anyway, so his next life lesson upcoming with his birthday is 43. His name equals 43. And the Masonic stuff, Masonic 43, killing 43, if that was that. Doesn't mean it was, obviously. You cover your mouth out there. No joke. If you could hear that person, you know, when it's like that, them kind of coughing and you go, yeah. Right. What else we got for you here? Hold up. McLaren. Now, I'm not saying this was why he died. I think he had some surgery stuff and he beat it, but he had idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. I can't remember what the fuck that is, but he had IPF for sure. But anyway, if you type that out, it equals 326. Interestingly, from when he died to his birthday, it equals 3 months, 2 weeks, and 6 days, much like what I just said, that equated to 326. Idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis equates to 326. Right there. You got one for that? 34, really? Hold up. 34. Maybe I'm chatting shit. But then again, if I uncheck the day, it's 33. Formula One. Oh my god. Wait. So from his. Huh? Oh, this is now going with the date of the news, right? So the date of the news is 3 weeks and 4 days, talking about, you know, somebody dying. So 34, but I'm not saying it's that as such, you know, murder 34. But anyway, if you uncheck the day, you get 3 weeks and 3 days. Formula One equals, pretty sure I saw it, it was 33. Yeah, Formula One, 33. Now here we are talking about somebody that was heavily invested in motorsport, Formula One, McLaren, sports, etc. Hit it! What are the odds, ladies and gentlemen? Can I get a witness? Right, 87. What is this here? Is that anything? It fucking isn't all. So, from the news release to what would be his upcoming birthday, 88 days. If you include the end date, 88 days. Why is that interesting? Because his first name equates to 88. And his last name 87. So whether you uncheck it, you get 87 days. Include the end date, you get 88. Last name, you know, the one that began with O. Again, first name, Mansour, however you pronounce it. So 88 and 87, go figure. I think that is it. Right. I've done my... Ooh! The day he died... Sure there was a life lesson of a numerology of 57. Yeah, the day he died had a numerology of 57. 6 and 6, 20 and 25, 57 supercars equates to 57. 57, ladies and gentlemen. Supercars, 57. Go figure. Yeah. Right. I think I can get the fuck out of here now. Hold up, what's this date here? Oh yeah, I've done that, I've done it. Right. Let me get out of here. Honest, benevolent, hashtag don't be a basic beast brainer. And of course, give gracious gratitude, but take no shit. Oh, I forgot to put my banner back up. Anywho, next time.
The worst thing to call somebody is crazy. These people are not crazy, they're strong people. Maybe the environment is a little sick. That's bullshit. These people are not crazy, they're strong people. The worst thing to call somebody is crazy is dismissive. I don't understand this person, so they're crazy. That's bullshit. These people are not crazy, they're strong people. Maybe the environment is a little sick. People are not crazy, they're strong people. Maybe the environment is a little sick. That's bullshit. The worst
Stay strong, kid.
All right, quick. That was a quick one from me. If you didn't know, track by me. That one is with the Dave Chappelle sample. Track entitled "Room Reader." All right, we'll quickly roll out with this though. Quick little mix and blend when I was doing a little DJing. Where's it gone? I just saw it. Oh, there you are. Played it many times before, but right. Somebody in the comments, shout out to you.
The media and political class.
Yeah, you can definitely hear me. Yeah, mic check. All right, let's quickly read this and see what I go on. Yes, yes. Big ups, big ups. So good night, zombie. Be sure to check out. Oh yes, I'll screenshot it. I will. I'll check it out. Yes, yes. I catch you in a rebound wholeness. All right, we'll roll out with a quick 8 minutes of fire rhythm and mix and blend from yours truly, Audio Oracle. Oops, I thought it was playing already. Go on, come on in. Come on in.
Like how?
Again, hashtag Liquid Lives Matter. You know you got to get in your mental floss, yeah? Shit, where's this gone now?
My little love, tell me do you feel the way my past days? Where did you lay on with me? Can you hear the way my heart breaks? I wanted you to have everything I never had. I'm so sorry, but I can't make you sad.
my selector, baseline apprehender. You know when audio oracle touchdown? Hey. Yes, my selector, baseline apprehender. You know the summer sizzle up.